Okay, you are on.
Right. Right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. We have a few minutes at the beginning, topics from the floor. You have something that you would like to bring that's not on the public hearing agenda?
No, on the agenda.
Not on the agenda.
I don't know what's on the
If
agenda.
it's on the agenda, we'll get to you. Everybody interested, okay. Seeing none? I hear them. Yes. Thought she was going.
So, and I think you should sort of clarify this about things that are on the agenda. If it's a thing about a hearing, I would guess that you would not want public comment like you have a hearing. But if you just have a discussion item that you're not asking for public input, like HB 3115, this is the time to talk about it. Not correct?
You can talk about it.
No, I'm asking for
It's not-
clarification.
Not a hearing?
It's not a public comment.
Right.
You're giving.
Right, it's not a hearing. If it's a hearing item, that's when you're talking about those items.
Hearing, yeah.
But if it's not a hearing item, if it's on your agenda, you just don't get to say, oh, well. Here we have a planning director report, so I couldn't say anything bad about Jacob if I wanted to. So I mean, right, so that,
Right.
yeah. First I'm gonna say I'm certainly glad that certain members of your commission are here. I think that person is a distraction, and I think you should take action against that distraction. By having him not be chair. And I think that's just something that you guys can make a decision on, and I think that you should do that. Certainly the public arguments between the chair and the mayor are pretty public and are disruptive to this community, this commission, and doesn't help their committee. And you should do that. The other thing that I have to comment is it's actually nice to have an opportunity to talk about other issues about your proactive conversations. One of the proactive things that I think that you should consider is improving the plaza in front. Currently, it's grass. It's never going to make it. We're in Halloween Town with 50,000 people. And I think this is the committee that needs to plan to do something to the square that makes it usable all year round and not be a mud bath in the middle of Halloween Town. I'd also like to see you do something.
I'll comment on that. It's county property, it's not city property.
Yeah,
We have no control over that.
Well, that's not true because the city maintains it. So you guys maintain it, even though it's owned by the county, the city has maintained it, and because it's maintained by you, I think it is this party that you guys need to be proactive and work with them to come up with a plan, even though it is technically county owned. And the other thing that I would like to see you do is to pass some regulation or ordinances so that we do not have places like Cowboy Pizza. We need those spaces on our main street. We're going to need them. We're going to have a beautiful waterfront at some point. You know, we might not be able to pay for it, but at a point we'll have a beautiful waterfront. And we don't need places that are basically vacant or occupied by a homeowner or a junk store that's right there on the plaza. I don't know how you do that. I don't have a plan for that, but hopefully you can come up with a plan to make it so that that's a usable space. Thank you.
So I had a comment from Parks and Trails Commission because we just found out about that yesterday, Title 12.
No,
It's not part of the hearing. If you're willing to come up
Some of these things are shared.
Right.
in 5 minutes, but I had to say that earlier.
Yes. Thank you. I'm Lynn Pettit. I'm vice chair now of the Parks and Trails Commission. And we just found out and got this document from somebody that was representing the parks to planning commission, but we just got it yesterday during our meeting. So we didn't get a chance to even read it. And we didn't get a chance to make a better write-up than this. What was approved, so that's what I'm bringing to you right now. So this was as of yesterday, and I have my parks hat on right now. So the request that the area directly behind the recreation center be the only location for the campsites was approved. This is not to include the second proposed site further along Milton Creek. And the Parks and Trails Commission has plans to create a reserve in the back area and along Milton Creek, and that used to be called Boise Park. And make it into some kind of a reserve because it's a beautiful, unique area. Request that the area be patrolled regularly and that any violations be attended to promptly to preserve the safety and health of the community and surrounding natural areas. It's been not used for a long time, except for local citizens walking through the park area along the creek. I'm putting my citizen hat on now, if I can make a few, because I'm the one that's spearheading this for a reserve. And I started last summer and I got all the maps that we needed and took tours, the commissioners on tours of the area, so that we knew what we were going to delineate, as far as a reserve. And we also have a chemist field. I don't know if you know that, that's off to the right as well. So I was trying to make this short. I feel very passionate about it. It's a beautiful area and one of the. Okay. And in fact, one of the city staff said to me at one time that when they visited there the first time, they didn't believe you were in the city. It was so quiet and beautiful. And you're listening to this beautiful creek run through these tall trees and the outcrops of the basalt. And it's incredible. It's incredibly beautiful. And I hope you all get to walk that whole area sometime if you haven't already. And I thought also it's going to be connected to the development that's happening down by the waterfront. And the idea is to put a trail through there and connect it to McCormick Park. If you have any homeless camps there, I doubt if tourists are going to be really anxious to walk through there. And also I plan on talking to the port again about this, because the talk stopped about 3 years ago, whereas they were willing to donate the treed area on the other side of Milton Creek and for access to a road that went around to the trestle. So it would be great for the industry, the people that are working at those places, to have a lunch break and walk down to the river and have some quiet time. Or our families, our citizens that live in St. Helens and beyond. Future generations, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Vice Chair, Kerry, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm Greg Pettit. I live at 3453 Kelleher Drive, Warren, Oregon. And I'm also speaking about the proposal to develop a homeless camp at the old Boise Park on the property there next to Milton Creek. I don't know if you guys have actually gone down there and walked along that creek, but that is, right now, the city of St. Helens has got 3 properties that are in natural areas that are really worth preserving. We're never going to get them back. If they're ruined now, we're never going to get them back. Dalton Lake, Nob Hill Park, and that area along Milton Creek. You walk along that creek and it's like you're way up in the Cascade Mountains. It's just, you're going through the rocks there. There's big old Douglas fir trees. There's very little invasive species in that area, like there's in a lot of other areas. And first of all, I want to say, Lynn and I are very empathetic to the issue with the homeless. We both worked at the Cat Warming Center for 6 years on the 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. shift when that was being operated by volunteers pre-COVID. So we're empathetic to the situation with homeless people, but we also have a deep understanding of their problems and the reality in terms of dealing with them. And I'm afraid if we open that up, the city does not have the resources to properly police that. It's going to end up, first of all, Milton Creek is already water quality limited. It's not meet DEQ standards for E. coli bacteria. I can't imagine that would only be worse if you had a number of homeless camps in that area. And I'm not sure if there's a budget for providing toilets and cleanup crews and all the rest of that kind of stuff. When we went into Dalton Lake and that became a nature preserve, one of the first things we did is we hauled tons and tons and tons of garbage out of there. So I'm just talking about this because it's a beautiful area. It could be preserved. I know the city is facing a big problem, and I appreciate the work that the planning department has done trying to identify areas that would be adequate for locating the homeless people under House Bill 3115. Another question I got is the implementation of House Bill 3115 affected at all by the fact that two very similar bills in this current legislative session were defeated? I think that's a legal question. I don't know if there's a connection there or not, but it seems like they're very similar and they were both sounding defeated. So I'm not sure what that had to do with 3115. So I don't know anything about that.
From what I understand, they are related. But the defeat of the, 3105 and
Right.
I'm not sure what the other one was. It won't affect the implementation of 3115.
Okay.
They were kind of connected in that they dealt with some of the same situation like 3105. It added on basically the ability for a homeless person to, sue and get some recovery. And so, that got defeated and everything else. But from what I understand and understand of it, that's not going to stop 3115 from going into effect as of July 1st.
Yeah, thank you. So that's basically, it's a beautiful natural area. I'd hate to see it turn into, I don't know if you guys have gone down Springwater Trail in Portland or down around Delta Park and whatnot. I don't want that area to become like that.
Have any other to speak? 5 minutes, not on the hearing, Jen?
Hi, I was on Zoom and so I just came down here real quick. So my name is Shauna Strock and I am down here in regards to concerns about derelict vehicles and people that are homeless that are living in our community on our city streets. There has been an influx of that. I think if anybody is paying attention, it's pretty prevalent. There is currently someone that is living out of their vehicle up outside of Emerald Meadows. And I realize that there is the House bill. I realize that you're looking at campsites and trying to follow what you need to do in regards to the guidelines with the state. However, I think it would be prudent to talk about the aspect of people living out of their vehicles and derelict cars and ordinances and how we're going to follow them and how maybe we're going to create them to try to discourage that kind of behavior within our community, because it's happening and it's happening quickly. And there are lots of vehicles that I'm noticing people are living out of their cars in our city streets. So I'm hopeful that you can look into that. I haven't even looked over the ordinances for the city of St. Helens. Usually I'm pretty good about doing my research. Honestly, I've just been too busy, but I don't know what we have as far as what's already standing or what we can look at. So yeah, and I hope that you're really thoughtful in regards to the campground or whatever you have to meet in regards to meet the state's House bill, in regards to where it's going to be, in regards to livability and tourism that everybody's been focusing so greatly on as a whole. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. No. Meeting that's from last month. Comments? Modifications?
I do, on page 6 of 7, under motion. It says upon Commissioner Carlson's motion and Vice Chair Pugsley's. Promoted. And then under the second one, it says motion, it says upon Commissioner Pugsley's motion and Vice Chair Pugsley's second. So that's all.
We could run the meeting here
There you
today.
go.
You count as two people.
Yes.
We have a motion to accept the minutes with those changes.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
I
Get the other people that were supposed to be in there.
I will. I was just jealous they.
Time is now 6:16 PM. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for a variance and minor modification site development. Subject property is identified, assessor's map, there's 11,900, that's the right one.
It's moving around.
For a second there, sorry, there's lot 11,900 on map 4N1W5 DA. The applicant is Wayne Wygant, owner is the owner. The address is 1771 Columbia Boulevard. No, that's the owner, sorry, 1771 Columbia Boulevard, LLC. An address. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and require statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest or bias in this matter?
I do. I just want to state that Mr. Wygant and I, being a realtor in the community, we work together. And I purchased a couple properties from him and he does hold the notes on the properties. So I would also like to add, I did take an ethics class. And they stated that being a realtor in a small community does not constitute bias. I feel like I could make a non-biased decision on this. On the state. That for the record.
Anyone from the audience object to the ability of commissioner to compare decisions? Okay. Really, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decision. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code in ORS 197.7635. The following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. City of San Jose Municipal Code 17.96.003 SDRM. St. Jose Municipal Code 17.108.0501 variants. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described, or other criteria in the plans, such as comprehensive plan or land use regulation, which is that found in their development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority and opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Snap.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carey. So the big questions are here are where, what, and why are we talking about this? So first of all, where, there's an aerial photo right there. This is the Skinny's Texaco complex in the middle of the town along the highway. But it's not just along the highway, it's also along South Vernonia Road, if I remember correctly, and Little Street along the back. And there is an area, rectangular area outlined in yellow. That is a recent addition to the complex. There was a home there for a long time. The home burned. It was a total loss. The owner purchased the property and expanded the parking lot and improved the access off of Little Street. So what we're talking about is a parking lot addition. And like with any kind of land development, we push some paper, type some stuff out, we have an approved plan, and then it's constructed, and then we check it per the approved plan. And in most development proposals, you know, you can't capture everything on paper. There are subtle differences in reality in the plans, and that's something we're used to dealing with that with. In this case, the differences were enough. And we gotta try to make it right. And so the least path of resistance for the applicant to make it right is this variance and minor modification of the site development review. So it's a parking lot addition. It added a bunch of new parking spaces and improved access. And we have our landscaping standards. From a parking standpoint, a lot of times we're salivating, do they have enough parking? Do they have enough parking? And that's usually the issue, and they're trying to cram the parking to get it to fit and meet our standards. In this case, all the parking is a bonus. It's just additional parking. And so we're not so focused on the number of spaces. They could have added 3 spaces or 10, doesn't really matter. So the parking space quantity is not a minimum standard we're trying to achieve, but because it's an addition, landscaping is part of that. And that's where things got a little astray. There were a couple parking spaces added, and those aren't too big of a deal, other than the fact that it just adds to the grocery list of things that weren't on the original plan. There's original plan in the staff report. In fact, that's on page 3. You might as well look at that really fast. Yeah, that's it. So you can see that it's off of Little Street. Now on the right, you can see kind of a line down the middle. The right side was a parking lot addition done a number of years ago. And that was associated with a building expansion of Skinny's itself. And so this was essentially the other half of that parking lot addition. And where things got particularly awry, at least from our standard standpoint, are the landscape islands. And you see those numbered 1, 2, and 3. Number 1 along Little Street, and then 2 and 3 are further into the parking lot. And that's what I'm just going to talk about to show some photos and talk about how they differed from the approved plans. So on the next page, we have a photo of landscape area or landscape island 1 and 2. So here's number 1. So the approved plan had this, viewing it this way, from the back of the sidewalk, 17 feet wide, and it also showed a curve along the side and back of it. How it was installed was a width of about 13 feet, and so 4 feet short, and then no curb at all. You see kind of a gravel transition from the paved area to the bark dust. And then the street tree installed there was very small. It did not meet the 2-inch diameter minimum, which is required. So the next island, and this one is actually pretty close to the standards. And this, if this was the only issue out of everything, this would be an example where, well, it meets the intent of the code, but in combination with everything, we need to talk about it. So, and there's a little bit of a difference from the approved plan to what was done. So first of all, the plans in between these curves showed a width of 7 feet. The minimum width for these islands is 6 feet. And so, okay, great. We looked at the plans slightly bigger, cool. And it includes the curve. So the curve was put in place. Now that minimum dimension is between the curves. So it's exclusive of the curve. So when we measure, we're measuring from the inside of the curve because it's all about providing ground area for adequate tree growth. So this one was basically 1 foot less of the total width as far as its standard. So then the next island, this one was considerably different than the plans. The original plan showed a width of 9 feet as we look at this. And instead of 9 feet, it was 3 feet. Remember, the minimum is 6. So that's less than half of the minimum requirement, because that 3 feet does include the outside of the curbs. Another thing on this island, so if it was built to specs from where the photo was taken, that curb would be closer to the photographer, because its depth measured from the right side where the landscape strip in the back is wider. The plan had that as 12 feet, and it was installed as 4 feet. If the variance is denied, we're talking about reconstruction. And that's why I say this variance is the path of least resistance. If you are merciful on this, the minimum conditions are kind of spelled out on the last page. And the main thing would be, at an absolute minimum, fix the street tree. And then also, there was a parking space next to that landscape island number 1 that we talked about, which is too narrow for a standard parking space. It could be a compact space or just eliminated, be diagonal striping or something like that. So those would be, if you're gracious, the minimum fixes staff would recommend. If you're not gracious, they might be a bit more. So that concludes my report.
Questions of staff?
This is not really it's adjacent to the parking lot. I had wondered about this before, and I don't see you that often. At what point, say not a parking lot, does development on Little Street trigger improvements of Little Street? Have
Well,
you driven down Little Street?
many times, yeah.
It's pretty sketch.
Yes, it's the
So-
name is fitting.
It's lumpy, bumpy and pitted, and I just, as more traffic is back there, more people are back there, that I'm just concerned about. This general. I don't know what they're gonna do with this big parking lot, food court, whatever, but I don't know at what point does the city have to clean up that street?
Well, we did get some incremental improvement from both the prior parking lot addition that I mentioned and this one. We got right of way dedicated and sidewalks built. And so at least for that little section, it's wider.
That little piece of little.
Yeah, the little piece of little. And so at least based on that, it would incrementally improve itself. If the city was really aggressive, you know, there's eminent domain to acquire right of way and stuff like that.
My sticking point is not the width of the street. My sticking point is, if we're gonna hold people accountable on their parking lot for their planting strips, do we hold the city accountable for having a smooth road adjacent? You know what I'm saying? Because the road is like a buckboard down there with holes, and if you have a very low clearance car, don't go down those streets. Because it will tear your underside out from underneath it. And that's just my thought, as we're having more development, as houses burn down and houses get torn down and nicer or students goes in there. We want to have streets that are safe for people to get down.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think my response, if it was a new street and it was a clean slate, it would be required to build to current standards. And then the maintenance of it is just, you know, something that's dealt with after the fact.
And that's the city's issue, not the property owner adjacent. So like, you have a big pothole in front of you, 2 bathrooms that.
Yeah, I mean, there's some times where you can require frontage and half street improvements. But this, you know, we didn't get to that extent.
Well, it's not that big of a job.
Yeah.
It's not like they're building a triplex there.
Yeah, we got the sidewalk.
All right, I just had wondered about what triggers streets getting fixed. Cause I noticed I called in other potholes and they were fixed within 12 hours.
Yeah, so that's contacting Public Works or yelling at the council, so then they contact Public Works.
I literally just called the non-emergency number, and by the time I walked my dog the next day, it was gone.
Oh, non-emergency dispatch?
Whatever the non-emergency public works number is, called and left a message with somebody, and I walked it was when I lived over by Lamont. The next night when I walked my dog, it was gone.
Magic.
So it might have been the fact that it was so close to former counselor. Fix that, I don't know, might have just been lucky draw.
Yeah, I don't know
Could've just
that
been
story on it.
Back on subject,
Anyways,
anybody have any questions about this project?
I just don't know about the parking strips.
Questions we can discuss.
I have one. So the reason that you want the park dusted area wider is to allow the tree to grow, otherwise it doesn't grow unless you have more.
Yeah, that's a whole lot. The landscape island section talks about. Minimum area and then no dimension shall be less than 6 feet, and that is for the purposes of ground for root development
Yes.
of the tree, that kind of stuff.
I have a question about, so the plans, the original plans that were on page 3 and 6. Those would be the standards.
Yeah, those are the approved plans. They were all oversized. And so when we looked at that, great, cool. If it's built like this, no fuss, no muss, everybody lives happily ever after.
And not that it matters, but I guess, was there any rationale or reason given? Why it wasn't done as according to plan?
I think that would be a good thing for the applicant to
Okay, so we
explain.
don't have any other questions of staff. Let's have the applicant come up and make a presentation. Is that me?
Wayne, did you hear Charlie's question? Oh, he,
I'm hearing challenged.
Okay.
so Commissioner Kastner, Wayne, he asked about the reason things were not constructed to plans. And my response to that was that would be better for you to answer.
Well, I'm Wayne Whiteout, and I started on this project nearly a year ago, I guess, and we came before the plant with Jacob probably 3 times with plans, and they were drafted by a local draftsman. Frankly, there were errors on it that I never realized. And they've compounded to where I'm sitting here before you today to ask for a variance. Nothing was intentional, except that I wanted to create parking for my businesses. And I submitted a letter dated April 8th. That tried to point out that we have several businesses in the complex and parking has been very cumbersome for customers to come in with, you got 10 employee parking or 15 employee parking. It becomes really hard. And so what happened on this is the dimensions on everything did not fit what my draftsman came up with for the plan. And there were errors on his part that are now obvious. I don't really know how they happened. The only thing that I can point a finger to is the possibility that they had the wrong dimensions in mind when they drafted this, because they had granted 20 feet of my land to the city on Little Street, as I had done on the addition when we did the addition to Skinny 5 or 6 years ago. And so when this was done, there was never an intention to cheat anything. We had an intention to try and create parking. And I've got some reasons that some of the things happened that I can explain to you. The primary parking spots, of course, are always the ones closest to the cash register. And it seems like what we tried to do is to get employees to park towards the back of the property and let the front open for customers as much as possible. The parallel ones that, well, do you call the ones that are parallel or do you call them perpendicular? Yeah, these are parallel.
Parallel ones.
Yeah.
At the very bottom.
The parallel ones were scaled out to comply with the parallel street length or tree car length of 23'3". And that took us up to where the landscape island was, as shown on the one that's really compromised. And what happened was the excavation of the dirt transitioned from a 10-foot landscape area to a 5-foot landscape area at that point. And when we came in to do the paving, it was evident that we could come up to where that break of the 10-foot to 5-foot landscape area was. And I chose to make the spaces instead of 23 foot 3 inches to 25 foot. So there was a loss of about 5 or 6 feet in there from landscape. But the reason we did that is so many of the customers that come in have trailers and larger pieces of equipment, and it becomes difficult for them to park on a parallel basis. So we thought we did good. And that was the main reason for doing that. The 2 parking spaces that are by the canopy that you can see on the existing Kenny's building were never really found by my draftsperson to comply with the 25-foot road for ingress and egress to and from the old parking lot up to Little Street. But when we laid it all out, the dimensions were there with the 50-foot width of the lot. And so we were able to get 2 more parallel parking spots in there that will be that are on the out, well, I consider the as-built. And in addition to adding bollards for the access for the service people to come in and out from the existing 6-foot sidewalk. As far as the island up by Little Street, it is definitely less than what was drawn on the plans. It was not intentional. When it was laid out, it showed that there were 7 parking spots there. If you can look at your information sheet, between islands 1, 2, and 3, there was 5 parking spots on one and 7 on the other. As it turned out, the land wasn't there. We don't know what happened to it. But when the last parking spot was laid out, there was only 6. And so we went with 6, and the 6th one is undersized by about 6 inches for a full-size parking space. But it would meet the specs for a compact. And so I didn't think too much about it because part of the width was at 9 feet and part of it was at less than 9 feet, somewhere around 8'3" or something. And I wasn't too concerned about it because the length of the parking spaces were more than large. So that's kind of what happened on it, and there was no intention to do any harm. It was just, I was trying to create a parking lot. We did do full half street improvements. We put in a 6-foot sidewalk with full curb and gutter, and it matches what was there from the existing facility that we built. And we created a 40-foot ingress and egress for Little Street. The street plat itself is only 20 feet wide. And with this additional 20 feet, there's actually 2 off-street parking spaces that neighbors enjoy. Many of them just park in their front yard right now, because there's no parking on the street. It's only a 20-foot right of way. So all in all, I'm really happy with what we did, and I didn't really make any intentions of harming anybody or violating any rules. But we found that this particular layout for what we have now functions quite well for the customer base we have and the employees and the service people that come in to stock the buildings. So I am asking for a variance, and I'd ask for your consideration for approval the way I have it completed. In order to, well, the cost doesn't probably mean anything. It does to the landowner, but to tear those islands out and redo them I have $3,000 in 2 islands, which is significant. And to tear them out would probably cost that much to replace them for the tear out. And we lose parking spaces, and the whole intent of the whole project was to provide parking. So my total square footage for and what encompasses everything that I own there, I believe is at the 10% figure. And we try and maintain it and be a good neighbor to everybody. We've put up cyclone fencing as required. And we've done the striping. So that's all I have for you, I guess. Any questions, I'll come up with answers.
How many parking spaces did you feel you needed for your businesses?
Well, that's a $64 question. I don't really have an answer for you, Dan. But we were many times encumbered by places to park. Could I have gotten by with less than those? I suppose.
I haven't been watching, and my son goes skinnies all the time. He said that nobody ever parks out there. It's like a pasture. That was his opinion, but just a second hand. Okay, so I was just counting 1, 2, 7 there, 5, 13, 16. So you started out with 16, ended up with 3, and then
No, there was a net loss on the 7 is really 6.
but you added 2 more
We added
parallel ones.
2 more parallel, that's correct.
You actually have
And we lost one, so there was 1 more parking space than what we had on the drawing, that's correct.
make the count here.
Number of spaces isn't really the issue.
I know, just asking. Anybody else have questions of the applicant? Thanks, Wayne. Do we have any support of the application for this variance? A neutral testimony. Or anyone to oppose the variance? Want those wider thing. Okay, no rebuttal. So let's see, hearing no further questions from the commission, no further responses from staff, the public record is closed. This matter is returned to the table for deliberations and oral discussion. I do have one thing to talk about. St. Helens has a lot of shallow soils, and I think it's really important to have enough soils for trees to grow. If we're gonna require trees to grow, then it should be big enough to have soil enough for them to grow in. So I think the island should be big enough.
What's
It's
the
a code.
depth of, I'm just trying to understand that. I mean, I'm always confused on the landscape requirements because I don't remember what the answer was. Or we require irrigation or not on the landscaping? Is there a requirement of irrigation?
It depends. We do, larger projects have it. It's in the code, these smaller ones,
Yeah, I'm always stuck on that. It seems like we require all this landscaping. If it's not required to be landscaped, then. Does it live? And who places that? I mean, it's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
that's that.
That's a fortunate thing, but I mean, I'd like it to be all.
And that's, it reminds me of my first or second job for the city of Klamath Falls, where we had a gentleman, a hotel owner, dealing with landscaping requirements, and he just spray painted the dead plants green. And we haven't had that kind of situation, but if that kind of situation was something that started to happen, it's going to result in a code amendment. It's going to result in more aggressive. Well, everybody will suffer because of it. And so, it's part of that, what are the trends and how does that shape what we do and our laws?
My complaint has been landscaping requirements. There's a 1-year guarantee just to show that the nursery stock was viable. But it doesn't mean it's established. At the state level, we usually require 3 to 5 years of monitoring, just to make sure the thing actually lived and can grow better, but that's not in the
Well,
code.
I'm not concerned about this, the surface square footage for a tree to grow, because lots of big cities have trees growing in a 3x3. So I don't think the square footage is the issue. I think that some of this issue is, regardless of the size of the planting strip, it's about, do we have any controls over what they plant there, so it might have some hope of surviving? Because the cheapest things are not always what's gonna stay there. So I mean, that's the thing, is if it's only guaranteed for a year, it doesn't really matter how big the planting strip is. Because they can have a 50-foot wide strip, if it's not taken care of, it's not gonna be alive in a year. So.
My couple of comments on it is. Looks like a big ask for a parking lot. I think it's an unusual location because that weird house on the end goes, does that house on the end, like on Vernonia, does that go out into the right of way, or it looked like his sidewalk went into?
I think it may be in the right of way or really close.
I think that's an unusual circumstance on this location. And then on the bump out under 3, it seems like if it was built to the standard, stick out too far. Maybe it just seems like it did go all the way to, how do you pull through?
Hard to use that, pull through,
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I see, when I'm pulling, they're going to work in the morning, I'm going down Highway 30, I'm always seeing like landscapers with their trailers and everything, they're pulling in skinnies and they're gassing up and they take a big portion of that parking in front, so I see why you would need.
Yeah, if you go in and out
But-
of there, and I mean, you, everybody here knows I drive big transit vehicles, so there's lots of times where you can't get anywhere even close to the front of that building. Let alone if you have to use the ramp on the back. Or open those big back doors and unload a wheelchair, there's no way you can do that in front of skaters, you'd have to have that access.
Do they need that planting strip for code? They need something.
Yeah, to meet the minimum area requirement. And then, so the landscape islands, that's been in the code. Since, I can't remember when we adopted that, but less than 10 years, I think. Skinny's has been there a lot longer than that, and you don't see those islands anywhere else, but it's a new parking addition. The total parking is greater than 20 spaces, and that's the threshold where we have to start talking about these islands. And the idea of the islands is you have rows of parking spaces that do not exceed 7 spaces. The idea, once you have large parking lots, you have this distribution of islands with trees, and you have a canopy effect to help soften the grayscape of the parking lot. And so one consideration of grace that you could consider is the age of the site. And yes, technically the addition could count them, but under the circumstances, you're okay with the variation.
The much wider strip. To the north of there, west of there. Did that have a tree planted there instead, without the bump?
Well, that's where they put it. You see the little tree, they put it kind of behind,
Way in the back.
yeah. And that's really not a landscape island, it's just a functional bump. So in that case, if you were to grant the variance there, the tree's kind of a moot point.
So my point about the width is, it's still a volume of soil for a tree to grow, and some trees don't have tap roots, they go wide. And if you just have a tiny little volume of soil, a little bit of water there, it dries up quickly, and it's not gonna live. That's my point. I mean, I'm sure there's trees that are growing in little narrow spots, but they've got some depth to them, they got some volume that can hold some water. You don't necessarily want to go deep in the impervious soil, because it'd just be a pocket of water that the tree will die in too, so. That was just my point about having a little bit. I know it's more expensive, but I think the island should be bigger to go, but that's my opinion. If we're gonna make them plant them, let's make them so they'll live.
Where I kind of get stuck on this is that when we have people come and develop property before us and we have this transportation plan or city streets plan and we keep saying, no, well, they don't have to bring it to standard this time. It's like, I'm always wondering, when is gonna be the time? It makes me crazy. I want them to do it every time so that it approves. It's like, when is the time? So,
Yeah, it would have made sense to me if they were all the same size, because then it would have been like a plan. And I mean, it's like if one is big and one is like small, medium and large there. So it seems like there wasn't a consistency in even their oops. Because they're all different.
Going through a Three Bears theme,
They're what?
Three Bears theme.
Yeah,
Well,
because
which one is just right?
Just right.
One's close.
so do you think we would, because it sounds like the tiny one's the one we take issue with. Like the tiny one needs to get fixed.
I think I'm the opposite on that. The tiny one seems like if it was as planned, it would stick out really far. And how would you maneuver this from the front parking lot to the back parking? Makes sense to me that that one's small.
So Jennifer, just to ask that question a little bit more, because there is space to make it wider that would not conflict with this pinch point that you're talking
We're
about.
talking width and not length.
Well, I'm trying to clarify what you think is a pinch point.
We're between the two parallel spaces. What is that, 25 feet?
Here to here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wide enough for two-way travel,
Is
yeah.
it okay? But would it still be?
If this were the length of the parking space as proposed.
Yeah. That's,
I mean, that's a question for Jake.
And it was a more stubby version. And when I looked at it, well, it's kind of stubby, but it's wider, so, okay. So it did contemplate maneuvering to some degree. Just when they built it, they narrowed it and brought it back. I should also point the minimum length for a parallel space is 22 feet.
So these are extra long parallel spaces. So there is additional room if you wanted to require widening of the island
instead of lengthening.
instead of lengthening to not, neck.
So it seems to me if it's the full length, I mean, I could see those same landscape trucks I mentioned driving right over it, cracking the curb and.
I was. It's a weird little combination of kinds of parking there. Someone parked. Perpendicular, then. Be really difficult in that back spot. If it's wide open, then the bump is in the way. Completely, really, just slide in from the west.
Yeah.
Could it be shortened even more and widened? Lose a space.
Well, it is a variance, so variance gives you that a chance to mold.
Jake, to understand you to say though that. I understand it has to be or should be. The inclusion of why the medians or the islands are required is because we're counting all of the parking spaces, even the existing ones. In the front of Skinny's.
Correct, yeah.
So that's what gets us to the point. You even have to have.
Yeah, the total parking is greater than 20. And at that size, we have to start considering that.
even though he's only adding 15.
Could we have somewhere on the existing parking lot? Other parking?
We hash out a couple spaces.
That'd be tough out.
The prime spots.
Yeah.
Out there with the fuel things.
And there was a little bit of modification in the other areas. But. We didn't go there just because it wasn't really being that effective.
I personally have no issue with number one, if you either hash out the Skinny's parking spot or paint compact on it, whatever you require. to do.
Right.
I
agree with that.
Curbs.
Adding the curb.
And fixing the tree issue.
Add curbs, fixed tree.
Compact.
What about this guy?
And it's supposed to be
I'm fine with it.
2 feet wide, right?
Well, it's the.
Let's say off in the minimum say.
Yeah, 2 feet from
Did say so.
as conveyed on the approved plans, 1 foot off the minimum.
issue with that one.
Um,
Sticking point is the number 3.
The baby. Yeah, and with Jennifer, when do the standards matter?
It just.
And so many places, there's so many places that they got in lieu of sidewalks. It's like, why do we have a sidewalk?
This is a parking lot.
Yeah.
Not a.
Setbacks and height standards, and it's like, when does it matter when everybody gets a variance? I feel like Oprah Winfrey, you get a variance.
Sometimes it feels that way.
What do we think? Mr. Chair.
Well, I can't make a motion, so.
You have a motion, Jennifer?
I'm looking here. Seems like a complicated motion, so. Under landscape island number 1, can you just clarify what I was reviewing this? In that first paragraph, the second line from the bottom where it says was installed with a DBA, what is that?
Oh, diameter at breast height.
Measurement of the tree caliper.
Yeah, that's a common, yeah, it's
I see it as doing business as, so.
it's a common landscaper term. For trunk width, or trunk caliper.
So not finger size.
Yes, that's a motion.
I should have a really big finger.
Do we do it island by island, or,
Well, if that's,
yeah, I know the motion has to be, I guess, 1.
Wait, can I,
In terms of the term.
can I ask you how deep the soil is there? Where the islands are?
Well,
Yeah.
when we put our, it goes anywhere from a couple of feet deep to, it's a volcanic flow. And so there is dirt there. There's also rock outcroppings. And I can tell you that the planting areas were excavated out and we put in soils. We had to go down and put base rock in. We have almost 1.5 feet of rock in there to keep things from floating. And where we put the rocks in, where we had the rock in, we dug it all out and put soil back in there. And as it turns out, what I've learned since, and I don't know if I can tell you this, but the island requirement was every 7 spaces, you're supposed to have an island. Well, if you look at what I have there, you have 8 spaces counting my parallel, a island in the middle, and then another island on the beside that with only 6 parking spaces. If you were to take the 6 and the 8 and average them, if I had put that island 9 feet over, there wouldn't be 3 islands, there would be 2 islands. And so that was my mistake in the drafting, I guess. Did you think about that, Jacob, at all, or? Because I know that you're supposed to have islands every 7 feet or every 7 spaces.
the original plans
Showed that.
were drafted to make sure that you had rows not exceeding
Correct.
7,
But
not
the space,
exceeding.
the space turned out not to be there.
But it turned out to have a couple less spaces. So I didn't get that deep into it.
You do them all. Do, and I run less space.
Well, I didn't really think I'd be in the difficult position I'm in right now because the intent was really good and I didn't realize that staff would be out with a measuring stick seeing what happened. I didn't contemplate that. But I can tell you that the trees that went in, while they're smaller, they could be bigger, but the one in the smaller island is a special miniature one that I bought from Means Nursery that is some kind of a maple tree that they said was really a good choice because it doesn't get real big. And so we planted other things elsewhere in the city and so many of them die. I know exactly what you're talking about. I carried water personally to the subdivision that I created at Emerald Meadows. on a three times a week basis and kept those trees alive. And I looked down the road on Vernonia Road, and over half of them have died after they were planted in dirt. Nobody watered them. So St. Helens is compromised by tree growth, and you can look around town and see a lot of trees dying. So if you don't have irrigation system or a means of watering them, it's a changing environment right now.
That's my point.
On the Island One. At least what I'm hearing everybody talk about is gonna be approved if we, added the curb and a tree of the proper size and designating the spot to the left as being either compact or slashed out. Compact would be fine with me.
Right.
All right. And then Island Two.
Island 2 is just slightly smaller than it should have been.
Yeah,
I think it's within the margin of error.
I agree with that one.
I'm not gonna hang with that on 12 inches,
And then Island Three,
the baby one.
the one that's more difficult. And so on that one, Dan, what you were talking about was the possibility of. I agree with Jennifer that. I'm fine with having it be shorter than what it was originally planned or supposed to be. Because I think that would cause a lot of problems if you moved it out. But is your idea that you would want to have it be wider?
Well, I would want the tree planted out there of that narrow a space, so. Where it's planted now would be better.
The tree's kind of the back of it, isn't it?
Yeah, where you planted it was in the right place, but
And you're okay with that?
that's better for the plant.
But then again,
That's the code. That's the
we're still at the same question of before of, how. You doing variances.
Can we see the picture again of the small island?
Sure.
Should solve it and put food trucks in those parallel spaces.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea, and I'm appreciative of the fact that he made the parallel park faces a little bit longer than what's already required. Because it's tough. If you are trying to get something in there, even if it's according to what's required, the 22 feet, it can be tough on that. So,
Well, those landscape trucks pull in there and I'm sure they probably go in and grab food and everything else and get gas and fuel up for the day, and then they've eliminated all that front parking and.
I appreciate that he did some work to make some soil planting. Hopefully stay alive. If they're watered.
Yeah, I think they've asked a lot of, with the sidewalk, looks beautiful, I haven't been over here since it's been improved, but it's like there's a great sidewalk improvement there now that goes into a weird house that's seems like it's in the right of way.
Jacob, on the conclusion and recommendation of shaded, or am I shaded number 3? There's an absolute minimum, the street tree issue planted too small. And which one is that we're talking about on the
Number 1.
on the land number 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Island number 1?
Yeah, the one
Yes.
adjacent to Little Street.
The one that doesn't have the curbing on it.
Okay.
But there's no tree, there's just the bushes planted in there. right?
Well, they put one of those small maples, the same maple tree used for number 3. That has a caliper of maybe a ½ inch.
Okay.
I reckon he would swap that tree with the one on number 2. Knowing Wayne.
But then number 2 doesn't have a tree that's big enough.
Well, there's no minimum caliper for the island trees. The one on number 1 is also a street tree.
Street tree. All right,
So that's the distinguishment there.
Okay, I was like, how does it get bigger just because you moved it to a different?
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Like, it's still a small tree.
Always find details.
All right. I'll see if I can. Make the motion that makes sense. So I move that we approve the variance with the following conditions. For landscape island 1. That we approve it. But it has to have a curb installed. And a street tree of the proper size. And that the adjacent parking space. Needs to be designated as compact. Landscape island 2. It is approved as is. Landscape island 3. I forget what we're gonna talk about. Approved as is. Approved as is.
I'll second the motion.
all in favor?
I,
And then a motion for signature if you.
Motion for.
Seconded. Second.
Approved.
I.
Okay, the final written decision of the planning commission may be appealed to the city council. The notice of decision will be mailed to all persons who testified, submitted comments, and the appeal deadline will be moved to the notes. So Wayne, if you didn't hear, you passed it as is.
Yeah, did you hear all that, Wayne?
I don't hear, I'm sorry,
That's what I'm telling you. So we passed it, the variance as is, but need to put a curb in, the big, by Little, the big island by Little, curb, a bigger tree there, and mark that space compact. And you're good to go. And Jacob thought you might take the big tree to an island 2 and trade it with the one that's in island 1. So it's the right, because it's the right size. You don't have to buy another tree.
I don't have any problem doing that. You know, when we planted this thing, there were no trees available. But I did pick some out at the second time around when Jacob was looking at it. And the ones I chose were recommended by the nursery, so I just.
That one was just too small for a street tree, that's all. It sounds like there is one there that's big enough. And the one in the parking lot doesn't have to be that big.
We can get a bigger tree and curbing for it, I guess, so.
Yeah.
It won't match the other side because there's no curbing on the other side, but that's okay.
Did you have any other questions you couldn't hear? Just wanted to-
We're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. They're hearing. Time is now 7:09 PM. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for an appeal of sensitive lands permit. SL 2.23. Subject property is identified on the county assessor's map as lot 6503 on map 4N1W4AC. The applicant is Infinity Investments, Puget Sound LLC. The owner is LeGrand Townhomes LLC. Excuse me. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we'll take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter? None? Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? Seeing none. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. Require statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decision. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code and ORS 197.7635. The following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.44.0154A, sensitive lands permit issued by the director. This is St. Helens Municipal Code 17.44.040 approval standards. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria described or other criteria in the plan, such as a comprehensive plan or land use regulations, such as that found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority the opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to ALUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue, and precludes an action that damages circuit court. So staff, give a report.
Yeah, we're gonna kind of tag team this one. So I'll kick it off, and just introduce what's going on, and then, we'll probably open it up for testimony, and then Jacob might chime in. So I think this is the first time I've ever dealt with an appeal and kind of led the charge on the staff report. So it's not super rare or common rather that we have an appeal of a sensitive lands permit. In this case, it's an appeal of a sensitive lands permit to build a retaining wall of up to 12 feet in height. So I think we have our appellant in the audience, and we also have our original applicant. So the location for the proposed wall and sensitive lands permit is off of a subdivision which is mostly developed. So this is North 15th Street. It's a little deceiving. North is actually on the left side of this. So this is just north of Columbia Boulevard. It's a 10-lot subdivision called Hannah Place. Lots 1 through 8 are developed with attached single-family dwellings. And then lot 9 and 10 on the north side of the subdivision are undeveloped currently. So keep in mind, lot 9 and lot 10 have to be developed in tandem with an attached product, because lot 9 is too small for a detached product. So in the future, when these get developed, that will be in tandem. Just to the north of the subdivision is tract A. Tract A was dedicated as a wetland tract because it contained a portion of a protection zone for a wetland, which is just north of the subdivision. And because the city owns the lot just north of the subdivision, we also took ownership of tract A when the subdivision was developed. So this is a city-owned tract. So this is an appeal, as I've mentioned. We issued a decision in March, late March, for the approval of the sensitive lands permit. But we had a number of conditions on that original approval, and that's kind of what I want to walk through with you. So I'm going to be going through the conditions on the sensitive lands staff report that start on page 1 through 2, if you want to follow along. So this is what was submitted as a site plan. Bear with me. Can't really zoom in any more than that, so I apologize, but this is lot 10 for orientation. Again, north is this direction. So this is the city-owned tract A that you can see with the dimension of 10 feet. And then here's lot 10 and lot 9 that we were just looking at. So the reason that the applicant wants to build this retaining wall is there is a incredibly steep rock bluff. And you can see it identified on here following my cursor. The proposed wall they had engineered, and they provided copies of that structural engineering in the original report. It's almost the entire width of lot 10, which is 50 feet. And then it's about half of the length, which is just under 50 feet on this site plan here. Another important component of this retaining wall is stormwater infrastructure. So they included a outfall. And on their original plan, it showed it daylighting onto the city-owned tract, which is not gonna apply for our purposes and for maintenance of a private stormwater outfall. So one of the conditions was set by our city engineering department, which is that they need to show outfall protection that meets our requirements, and there's a diagram that they provided. So we need to see that this stormwater infrastructure is revised to show this outfall requirement. One of the requirements is that based on the width of the pipe, there has to be outfall protection of riprap. So for example, they're showing a 4-inch perforated pipe for their outfall, and they would need to have a 2-foot by 1-foot outfall protection with riprap where that daylights. And that would all need to be located on lot 10. So at a minimum, with our original decision, that wall would have to be shifted at least 2 feet in from the property line. Just to meet basic stormwater requirements of our engineering department.
Jenny, can you just explain what outfall means?
Yeah, so you have a pipe that's daylighting coming out from the ground, that's the outlet. And there's special riprap protections to make sure that the erosion and sediment falls instead of runs off onto neighboring properties.
Disperse it, but
Thank you.
So that was one of our original conditions, was that they need to show a shift of the retaining wall so that it's entirely on lot 10, and also all of the stormwater related infrastructure is on lot 10. And you know, like most conditions, we lump them into categories. And the first category is, you know, we need revised plans before we'll even review a building or with the review of a building permit. So that was one of the first ones. The other condition, and this is a big one, the profile and edge conditions where this rock proposed retaining wall meets the rock bluff are unclear. And so we want to know, how is the applicant going to prevent erosion and sloughing off of fill onto adjacent properties? So this area in particular, and then this area in particular, how is the rock wall going to meet the bluff? It was unclear from their submittal package how that would be met. Are they going to excavate out this bluff so that it meets? We just don't know. The other thing that we required is plans detailing how removal of rock that had fallen onto the tract A in the past was going to be removed, and also how any damage to that wetland tract was going to be mitigated. So basically, how are they going to get all of that fill that had sloughed off back onto lot 10 where it sloughed off from? And then also, before issuing any building permits for lots 9 and 10, they have to have a registered engineer who designed the wall, inspect the wall, and write a written statement that they've built it to spec. So that was a requirement that was built into our conditions. We also required revegetation of all of the fill that had been messed with the grading of the lot to be revegetated. So we need a landscaping plan for lot 9 and 10 to show how they're going to revegetate the backs of these lots that are being significantly graded. So those were our recommended conditions of approval originally. We sent that out to all neighbors, and then we had an appellant. So we had Infinity, the appellant is Infinity Investments of Puget Sound. They submitted an appeal, and in their appeal application, they reference a couple things. One is, you know, offsite effects to neighboring properties. So they own, show you this last map here. So the appellant owns this property right here. So here's lot 10, Here's lot 9. I'm gonna zoom in just a little if I can. Oh, no, that far. I get it.
Handful.
You can't. Oh, yes, thank you. All right, so this has the topo on, so you can kind of see what that bluff looks like on a 2D map. Okay. So obviously they're concerned about having a wall be this close to the property line. You know, if I own that property, I would be concerned as well. So what we had to do is look at definition of a structure and definition of a yard. So the definition of a structure is anything that's more than 30 inches above grade, and that definition is included in the appeal staff report. Definition of a yard, or commonly called a setback, is open space which is unobstructed from the ground upward by buildings and structures. So staff looked at, well, what's the distance from the property line to this existing structure, right? It's a rock wall that's currently there, and it ranges. It's about 2 to 25 feet as shown on here. And so currently there isn't really a setback from the natural rock bluff at the very south end of the lot. But clearly there's a 25-foot setback currently from that large rock outcropping. So I think for the purposes of this appeal, placing a wall right along the property line is obstructing what is currently open space. You know, there's a difference between building a wall right up against a rock bluff. You're not creating any more obstruction than what was already there. If the rock wall was only where it was 2 feet, you know, we wouldn't regulate it as a structure. But because they're putting it in an area that is currently open space and unobstructed by structures, you know, we should regulate this thing as a structure and require a setback. And so all of that is to say, this wall being 12 foot high in an area that is currently open space should meet setback requirements in the R5 zone. So some added condition of approval with this appeal is that we should add that this is either meeting a 10-foot rear yard requirement or they get a variance. I think they, just like any other property owner, could apply for a setback variance for this structure.
I have a question.
Sure, yeah, that's a good time.
How is it different than a fence?
So fences are capped at 6 foot high fence,
Okay,
6 foot
I
high.
know people move in, this first thing to do is put a fence on their property line,
Sure,
and the fence might be made of rock, it might be made of wood, it might be made of chain link.
Yeah.
So, and a rear
Yeah.
fence is capped at 6 feet, a rear fence?
Mhm.
Okay, I wasn't sure, because,
Here, take your 8-foot fence down.
well, no, I just didn't know, because it's like. My fence isn't that high, but I didn't know if that no fence could be that high, even if they're. So that's all I was thinking about, is people normally put their partitions and their barriers and stuff at their property line, so that's popped into my head. Right. And the wall has to be 12 foot high because,
A wall does not have to be 12 feet high.
It's a good discussion for when the applicant.
that's another fault.
that was what the original proposal is.
Oh, okay, I'm just asking because of, you know, we have a bumpy town. And lots of people deal with bumpy lots, so just trying to figure out how that works. Go ahead.
Any other questions? No, that's it. So we're just recommending that added condition about meeting setback requirements in addition to the ones I walked through. That's all I was.
And it goes downhill to the neighbor's property.
It does, yeah. So these are the elevations. So the larger lines are 5-foot contours.
And the distance from the top line to the property line is how far? From right there to the back of the lot. Oh, it's 25 feet.
Yeah, this is 25. So yeah.
The appellant's property, the hammerhead is their front yard, is the front of the.
Yep, that's their driveway here.
They actually own an assemblage of lots. That's the one in immediate proximity.
So if I'm understanding it, so the appellant appealed our original approved plan of having a wall up against the property line. And your resolution is to On a setback
Regulated as a structure, yeah.
and, what does that mean? For you to, are you recommending that or what is it? What are you saying by that?
Well, that is a potential condition. When we looked at what the appellant submitted. They have a variety of arguments, and some of these arguments. Expand beyond what we're describing. And based on what they submitted, the appellant desires more conditions than what we're talking about. So that's an important thing to consider. But one thing we considered was, okay, well, here's the situation. And like Jenny mentioned, we looked at structure and setback. And so you could require that yard to be met. And that's what's reflected in the appeal staff report.
Understand that? I understand that.
So basically, for the purposes of the appeal, it broadened our thought process, and that's what's reflected there. I think a key question for you is what the applicant has provided, and will their testimony broaden that even more for you? Or maybe you disagree with all of us.
The appellant. Okay. So. I've been on one of these either, so,
Who goes first?
that is the, script written for.
It's not, when I heard you say the applicant is this person, all right, the script is not perfect.
Yeah,
How
do I do it?
And ultimately, the applicant has the burden of proof, and so they would retain the ability to rebut.
So we should hear from the appellant.
But the appellant, it makes sense that they go first, because they're the ones, the applicant presented their case.
It's a good change.
We made a decision that's now being challenged, and so it's appropriate for the appellant to start the testimony.
Okay. All right, the appellant here.
Okay, I'm the one that stirred the pot.
You have to read things.
I don't know.
Isn't there a script?
Oh, well, I'll just, yeah, there is a script, but it's kind of funky, so.
Yeah, we'll help you.
So, biases. That's it,
Okay, I'll just read.
presentation.
There you go, and there's some for all the commissioners.
This is what we already have in our packet, right?
Yeah, you have the draft, and this is now the final, so that actually a little bit different, this and the original to the cover. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
You could explain your concerns and why you appealed, and that'll help us out.
Well, I'll do that. And I thought probably the easiest way to do that is to go through the. I'm not gonna read everything, all 35 pages, but I thought I'd just hit the highlights. I know we all want to get out of here before 10 o'clock tonight,
I
so.
appreciate that.
So I'm just gonna point you to a few pages, if you don't mind flipping through this. There are really 5 bases for this appeal. And the first has to do with some of the things that Jennifer mentioned. Now, do I have 5 minutes? Is that my time?
You're the applicant, so we don't limit.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, we're gonna cruise here, if that's the case. It probably will take a little longer. The first and most important really is a procedural issue, and as Jennifer alluded, there are a number of requirements, so I'll just point out, they're highlighted in the script here. That the St. Helens Municipal Code requires when you're considering a site plan, and there are really 2 elements of the code. In this particular site, lot 10 triggers a third that is important to consider. I know that Jacob and Jennifer mentioned 17.44. 17.44 also has a reference in it to 17.96. So any sensitive lands requirement or permit must also meet portions of 17.96, and I'll point those out. And because lot 10 is part of the riparian zone for the wetland, that triggers some elements of 17.40. So I'll go through all that with you. So that's issue number one. And to consider a site plan or site development plan application, all those things need to be submitted, should be submitted. And Jennifer pointed out some that are missing, and I'll point out a few more. Number two, the 12-foot wall does go well beyond what's necessary, and I'll give you some examples of how the project that a local developer built on our side. There are 12 units in the development, and I'll show you some examples of how construction can be done without walls, using alternate construction techniques. But there wasn't any landscape plan. In the process of moving forward, the current topography was disturbed, and a large tree was taken down in violation of the city code. And I'll point those out in just a moment. So that's appeal number two. Appeal number three is really based on the fact that this is an area, and Jennifer alluded to this, where the land is unstable. There are steep slopes. And I will show you a couple images of either city placed or city required to be placed barriers at the end of the street. They're now falling down the hill. And so basically what the code says is that walls and other structures should not be located in areas subject to sloping or slumping. And I'll show you where those are. Appeal number four is really about buffering. And there are really two key elements with regard to buffering of structures. One is visual in nature, and the second is emergency for firefighting and other access. And I'll talk a little bit about the fact that on the side between these two buildings, you can see us up here, just to the right of the structure. That's the only access to the back of our property for any emergency vehicles, short of just walking down a steep slope, which is on the left. There's a very steep slope on the left of the back of the property if there were to be emergency evacuation required. Bill number five, or issue number five, is the fact that this really is a sensitive land. And if you look at the State Department of Lands map, it is a wetland and a riparian zone. And so that does trigger special evaluation requirements. And there is a requirement on 17.44.040 that requires minimal site disturbance. And so I'll go through some of that. So let's go through issue number one, page 7. The areas highlighted there are things that are in the code, and you can see the references there that should be included in any site development proposal. And items A, C, D, and G at a minimum are missing. And so from a procedural standpoint, before this should be further considered, all of those things should be added to the application. If you go to 17.44, an existing site conditions analysis is required down there under page 8, 3A, a grading plan and a landscape plan. All those items are required in the St. Helens Municipal Code as part of the application, should be part of the application. Okay, that's appeal number one. I want to take you to page 10 for just a moment. So you know the things that are missing. And then there's one discrepancy that I frankly can't explain. There's been a lot of talk about the wall and about the wall design. And in the applicant's materials, it shows the ultra wall submitted for a project at 271 and 275 North 11th. Now this is on 15th. And in the document, it shows another property address. So I looked around in the neighborhood to see if there was another quote ultra wall. I could find no tilting walls or nothing. This shows a tilting wall, yet the plot plan shows a straight wall. So I'm just not clear whether this is what kind of wall this is. But it is a wall that is not a poured concrete reinforced wall. We do know that. So that's issue number one. I think it would help both staff at the city and state level, because there may be some state issues here because of the wetland and riparian zone, to really have a complete application. And you could tell, all of us could tell exactly what the setbacks are, where things are supposed to be, where the buildings are, and so forth. This map you see here was not part of the applicants. This is part of the city staff's material.
Right.
This was not part of the application. Okay, number two. 17.96.180, say buildings and presumably structures, as Jennifer described, should be one, located to preserve trees, topography, and natural drainage. And then you go down to the bottom, any trees having 6-inch diameter could be preserved or replaced. Now, in this case, especially now that the staff is recommending a larger setback, there was no reason to take out this tree, because this tree, and I'll show you the example, was within a few feet of the property line. Matter of fact, it was darn close to the property line. So with the setbacks and all, this tree was taken out inappropriately. And my view is there should be mitigation. So if you go to the next page, you can kind of see what that looked like. Page 15. I won't go into all the verbiage, but you see what the tree looked like before and what the slope looked like before. And by the way, you see those little orange markers on the left-hand part of the picture? Those are survey markers, which were all removed when the tree was felled. So we now don't really know where the lot line is. You can see what it looks like on the right there after the cutting recently. But that tree was close enough to the property line that it should not have been removed, and easily this lot could have been developed without doing that damage. Now, so the solution to appeal to is to get a landscape plan that really deals with all these issues. While the city code allows for a penalty for cutting this tree, I mean, that's obviously the city's call. It's somebody else can deal with that. Appeal number 3. Basically, the city code says that buildings should be and structures should be located in areas not subject to ground slumping or sliding. This, in fact, is an area, and I will show you a picture in a moment, just a few feet away from where the wall is proposed, where similar concrete structures are sliding down the hill. And if you go to 18, you can see that. Now, these are concrete barriers, not dissimilar to the ones the applicant is proposing. And the two where you see the yellow arrows are in fact sliding down into the wetland area. And have been doing so for a number of years. The proposed wall location, while that isn't an exact mark, is within 15 feet of where you see the sliding occur. So at a minimum, usually the solution for something like this is a geotechnical and soil study to make sure, because this is we're in a seismic zone 5 earthquake zone, to make sure that we're not building something that's unstable and going to fall on somebody. So at a minimum, we think in this area, if we're going to permit a structure, there should be a geotechnical study. And this is pretty standard procedure in areas like this. Appeal number 4 is based on buffering, as I mentioned earlier. It's pretty straightforward. In areas where there's differing types of property, in this case, single-family residence and multifamily residential property, some visual buffering is required. I don't think a 12-foot wall necessarily meets that criteria. But more importantly, there's a requirement that there really needs to be adequate room for emergency vehicles and firefighting. And if the wall were to be right on the property line, that would leave 9.2 feet between the marker that I will show you in just a second and the side of the building, which is inadequate to get anything down alongside the building. So at a minimum, alongside this building, there really needs to be some kind of emergency vehicle access, because it's the only way to the side of the building and it's the only way to the back of the building. And I'll show you pictures of that in a moment. If you go to page, what would be, let's see, page 22. This is a shot down the side of the building on the left there. After the tree has been taken out. And as Jennifer pointed out, at the back, it's actually a little more than 2 feet. At that gate there that you see, that's actually about 4 feet. And then it spreads to, as she said, 22. But you can get a vehicle now back alongside of that building. The reason I made an point earlier about the survey markers being removed when the tree was felled is that one was replaced, and there's no way of knowing if that actually is the line for the survey marker and what the actual property line there is. And so that needs to be verified. It's not shown accurately on the hand-drawn plot map, which is why I think your code requires, an engineering plan with either 1/4 or 1/8 inch scale. And that's just that code requirements. So the solution is pretty simple here. There needs to be some kind of a setback for emergency vehicles, and the current open space provides that. Appeal 5 is really the wetland riparian zone. These, as you can see in the photo on page 24, would be good hunting grounds. But I'm not sure that the state had that in mind when they set the criteria for the riparian zone. I happened to be out there doing some work on March of 2020, and there's an active migration through here of wildlife in both properties, by the way, including the one our property. But this is a sensitive land. It's a riparian zone and a wetland, and that therefore triggers some additional requirements under the municipal code of 17.40. And typically those requirements indicate that there has to be some kind of an environmental assessment. Now, they define the riparian zone as you see there on the top of page 25. It's pretty straightforward. That's directly from the code. And then if you go to page 26, you can see the State Department of Lands map, which clearly outlines this area as a sensitive area. And you can see the overlay there of the site development application area. And so, as Jennifer points out, both the city land and a portion of lot 10 fall under that category. So the minimum requirements in the code require that property owner contract with a registered engineer or wetlands biologist to determine the precise location of top banks, steep slopes, wetland, riparian corridor, and protection zone on the property. And where the setbacks should be. And then, as Jennifer pointed out, a mitigation plan, now that there's been disturbance, is going to be required as well. But that is not included in the applicant's material. More importantly, if you go to page 28, in this protection zone, in this sensitive area, again, we're talking about lot 10. There are 3 basic requirements, and you see them underlined there. The building footprint encroaching into the protection zone be limited to that which is minimally necessary to obtain reasonable use of the property. Number 1. Number 2, The goal is to reduce the minimum encroachment in the protected area or the sensitive land area. And so since we don't know exactly where that is, we do need the study to make sure we know that. And third, the requirement is to minimize the disturbance in this area by utilizing options to minimize or reduce development and using engineering solutions to minimize additional grading and fill. And those are all straight out of the St. Helens Municipal Code. So, for Appeal 5, the solution really is to make sure there is some kind of environmental assessment to know exactly where the riparian zones are and what the protections will be in the development. But I'm giving you on page 30 and 31 examples of construction methods that can be used without a wall. And these are on properties that is owned by Infinity Investments. So you see on the left-hand side of page 30, there's a 10-foot concrete steel reinforced stem wall on the lower side. And you can see on the right side, the 10 to 12-foot slope that occurs from the upper part of the building to the lower, with a concrete reinforced stem wall that tracks with the topography. So that's one solution without use of a major concrete barrier that can be employed in this case to make lot 10 a very buildable lot and meet the requirements of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.40. If you look on the next page in 31, and again, this is from our site, this is a similar building, just up from the one you just saw on a steep slope, where the lower side of the building is about 10 feet below the upper side of the building. And they use a small concrete stem wall and then a wooden structure. Now, the reason you see the arrow that points to the first floor there is all that's just vacant space under the building. But it manages to make a livable, habitable space, 2-story, very similar to what has been built on lots 1 through 8, but with an open space underneath to accommodate the requirements of the code to minimize impact. So there are a variety of ways to deal with this. One, appeal issue number 5 is to make sure we have a wetland assessment. But number 2, we think most importantly, you meet the code, build something that uses different engineering and construction techniques. So I won't read you the conclusion, but I just leave you with, I guess, a really pragmatic question. You know, if any of us were building a house, had a home, and somebody came along and proposed a 12-foot wall, 10 to 15 feet from our first floor, which is only 8 feet tall, in seismic zone 5, where there is potential for an unreinforced wall for collapse because we have no geotech study or no soil study demonstrating that the soils will take that kind of a load and will maintain intact in a major event. I would be very concerned, both as a city and as a property owner, about potential damage and potential risk to life. So that's just sort of the pragmatic side of this. There are a lot of code issues here that I think should be considered. It is complex. I will tell you, in going through the code, there are cross references between 17.96, 17.44, and 17.440. So you have to go through and kind of dissect this with a fine-tooth comb to really understand how all this works together. So with that, I'll stop and see if you have any questions.
Questions of the capital. Well prepared. Thank you.
I would note, the appellant has in advance, requested to keep the record open.
Okay.
So I will, navigate that once we get to that point.
Jacob, and if you have any questions or if there are any other issues that come up, why we can, this will give us time to put on the writing in response.
Say it again.
If you have any questions as you go through this, me, or if the applicant provides any new information tonight that was not in the plan, this 7 days will give us a chance to respond to any of it in writing.
Thank you for repeating that.
Okay,
Any other questions, the applicant?
Thank you.
But we hear from the applicant. Or at least make comments on the appeal or.
Well, number one, if you look at that strap, his left there, there's a iron rod in his laptop where it's been surveyed.
Just to state your name, just.
Okay, I'm sorry. Dan Hatfield, the Grand Town Home.
Guy Cox.
Right, thanks.
But anyway, the survey had been there. It has a marking right on there. I went down, did report down here. And it was out there and I showed her where the mark is. She said, well, that's my parking. Well, we put the wall where that is. There is no parking for it. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to just build it and get it as much as I can over. If you look at where the stake is, that tree was on my property. It was not on his property or anybody else. It's not that far in on my property. And that's where we was gonna put the wall. That's why the tree came down. Now, the guy, he's got some,
The actual property marker is about 6 feet over from the point in the blacktop. It is, I have a picture of it. I don't know if you guys want to see it. From that marker to the front, that tree was approximately 5 feet on our property. With that wall going in there, you have to remove that tree because you have to dig down to the solid rock. Then you have to break the rock in order to place the blocks. Now, she was talking about tying all this in the two sections. You actually have to go in there and break the rock so it's nice and smooth. All the way down, the block has to sit down in the ground. These blocks are 30 inches tall. The first block has to be a minimum of 18 inches in the ground to prevent any movement. On each end, where it transfers into the rock wall, a block has to be placed sideways and built coming up. It's kind of a staggering effect as it's coming up. And it ties it all in so it does not move. When I talked to the engineer, he said that we could, if we had any problems, drill into the rock and place an anchor into it, which would embed in like 6 feet. And you could use a strap or anything to come over to a block and attach it to the block that would anchor it in place. He said he didn't feel that that was necessary at this point. We did have a geotech come out when the whole project started.
2 years ago.
He came in and went through the whole process with us on everything. Sue was involved in this also. She was the engineer. Just at the street on 15th, about 4 feet from the end of the edge of the curb there, there's a pipe that runs through there. There's a 12-inch pipe. And that drains off all the water from all the roofs on all the houses, and it goes down into your wetlands. There's a tree down there that fell down into there when I was breaking the rock on the top. There was a root approximately this big that broke. And the tree fell down in there. That's why it's still there. I've got a stop work order on the project. Until that's removed, I'm not going on the project to remove the tree, remove the rock, or anything that's fallen down on that lower road. All along that tract A line right there,
there's a road that goes right through there. It's about 10 foot wide. It's a rock road. And they have a sewer pipe that runs, or not sewer pipe, excuse me, a water pipe that runs from the top all the way across and onto the other property. It's a 12-inch line. I do know it has to be cleaned, but until I get permission to go in there and legally work, I can't remove any of the rock that has fallen down in there or the tree. That's why the tree is still laying there. It was cut down, is because a stop work order was put on the property.
Not only that is when we did the subdivision, we give the city 10 feet to get out of the floodplain. So we're not in the floodplain. I don't need this. So that's where we give the city the 10 feet.
The questions that someone was questioning that not directly to the applicant there.
And there is a wall in St. Helens that is 12 foot tall. That's made out of the box.
It's on the mayor's property.
We'll get that application.
I've got a picture of it.
Yeah, we process that. Does anybody have any questions about the proponent? Ask for?
Any questions I have of staff, so.
I guess the question I have is, why is the wall 12 feet tall?
It doesn't have to be 12 feet tall, it was commented. It. At the back portion, the highest part is next to the house there, it's 9 feet 3 inches. Off of the proper top of the property marker. So it could actually be a 10-foot wall. We went 12 feet when I was talking with Jacob. Because the side walls over on the far side possibly could have to be that on the side. You'd have a step, is what I was proposing, is a step back there. But I put in it at 10 and then we discussed it and it came out at 12. Like I said, it doesn't have to be that tall.
Then can we look at the subdivision plan again?
Sure.
You could do a shorter wall and do some of the pony walls and other. Divided pony walls, whatever they were suggesting.
It looks like lot 10 is wider than lot 9.
It is.
Yeah, it is bigger, but see what that line on there, that is the 10 feet that we give to the city.
Well, because that's wetland, right?
No,
Well, it wasn't wetland. You call it wetland, it's 35 feet up from the creek.
It's the outer portion of the 75-foot upland protection zone associated with the wetland, which is significant to the city.
Which is code, which is what everybody does.
Yeah. And so, and
In this
subdivisions,
situation, we've done it in other situations.
Yeah.
So, my follow-up question is, if that lot is bigger, it stands to reason that the wall could be moved.
Could be what?
The wall doesn't have to be at the edge of the property.
No, it could be come in some.
Yeah.
it can come in some, as he was saying.
There is adjustment space there because that lot is. wide.
But his property that he's talking about is only 10 feet on the property line. And the survey stick is out there.
Right, but there's also the issue with drainage.
Okay, the drainage already, the drainage already goes down into that creek. I mean, off of the property, it's solid rock.
Right. but
All it has is about this much dirt over the top of the solid rock.
But just when you put all those roofs in there, drainage changes.
Well, that's where the roofs go to the front of the road. They go into the big 12-inch pipe that was put in the ground that goes down into the canyon.
And I have another, I guess this is a staff question, never mind.
None of the water off the roof or anything else is going to go on that land. Only water that will be on that land is rain that comes down and goes out the back. It's just like a rain drain, you know, you put a drain around the house to just, of course,
like insurance, that nothing's gonna happen. That's what this line is for underneath that, I mean, alongside it. And I mean, they get a deal where what we have to go to, it's a pretty good deal where the water has, and it has to be on our property, we knew that. But, you know, so to give him more room, like Jacob said, we probably have to move that wall in 2 feet anyway. But there's no windows on that side of the house. The windows in the front and back. I don't know, you know, he can cite all the legal that you want, but it's just like, I'm not trying to get critical of that, but like the Bible, you can read it, 4 people have different ideas what it says.
You done?
My questions are more for staff.
Okay, can you address the tilted wall issue that?
Yes. It's 1% for each block. So when you start at the bottom, it's set at an angle, and as it's angled up, the dirt pushes against the block and it pulls it, it's locked into place.
I was more curious why this project is for 11th Street and it shows the tilted wall and then.
I don't believe me. We put it in, when they did it, they had on 10th Street, they had it on 11th Street, but it's on 15th, it's on block 10 on 15th. And they just got it kind of mixed up and so, I mean, it's always been on lot 10. When I did the subdivision, Hannah Place is on 15, always been on 15. So why they got it mixed up, I don't know. I don't know if it's somebody, when they typed it up, they seen 10, so they put it on 10th Street. But it's always been on 15. Always been, I mean, I did that whole subdivision at one time. I didn't piecemeal it. It was all one
I'm
time.
referring to this where it says ultra wall and it says 271, 275 North 11th Street.
That will be 10, I mean, 15. Believe me, it's right there. It's how it came out that way. We noticed it months ago and said something about it. This ain't just something that came up. We've been working on it. We got a permit, then they stopped it. Got a permit, then they stopped it. So.
Okay. Thank you.
As far as she was making a comment as to the drainage. We can put the drainage on the property, which is not a problem. It did daylight out at the corner. That can all be moved. I mean, that's not a big issue there. They can move back several feet to where it's got a pool. They showed a design that they prefer to use. And all that rock can be put in there. It's not a problem, it's just gotta be broken out because it is solid rock. And it has very little dirt in it. It's mostly all rock.
You know, St. Helens all rock. So.
This is a staff question or a question of the applicant on page 5 of 5. It says the proposal could impact the location and design of the private sanitary sewer lateral that will connect the development of the lot to the sanitary sewer main.
And I don't understand, and it's just me, I don't understand, when we did the subdivision, it was always like it is now. Why didn't they complain about the subdivision then?
If I may explain that comment in the report, it's talking about the sanitary sewer, which runs along the back side of these lots and stops here. And so we were saying, well, we want to make sure that the connection for lot 10's lateral will not conflict with the construction of the wall. And so that's up to the applicant to
No.
figure out.
It won't.
Yeah, so he's saying no, it was just mentioned in here as that needs to be addressed.
It's a pump, actually lots 9 and 10.
Okay,
Both have to have tank put in the ground and then it's pumped across because actually the manhole is on lot 7, about 3 feet over from,
Oh, right, this is storm.
yeah, about 3 feet over from. The property
So-
line.
Will the lateral run?
Laterals are already in across the backs of those two properties. And they come out underneath that retaining wall that's there.
And already into the manhole.
Non-issue then.
Well, as long as their revised wall plans don't show it conflicting with where the lateral
Right now, it
location is,
won't.
which we don't know, you know, so it. Will be addressed through the process. I just documenting it here. Yeah, right.
Right now, that height that we were discussing, there's two of them. It's 6 feet from the property line.
Right, but if we're revising the wall to change locations,
Mhm,
you want to make sure that's not going to conflict.
correct. The only other thing that I can see is those are all staggered units back and forth. And I'm not sure where the house would actually sit, or the two houses will actually sit, if we're gonna have a 20-foot backyard. Or if it's gonna be, it's 22, yeah. 22, or if it's gonna be a 30-foot.
Right now is 66 feet, so you have 34 feet in the back.
Or could you could put the wall underneath the building itself, not anywhere near the property.
We can move the wall up some. There's not a problem doing that. The only thing that I want to make sure of that is when we do the wall. That we already put the pipe in for the sewer. That we don't approach that. And we do have to put like a 1,500 gallon tank in there for each unit to pump.
I guess what I'm asking is, sounds like you can adjust where the building is, so.
Well, you gotta have
wall.
you gotta have the 20 feet up front.
You gotta have 20 feet up front,
Yeah,
okay? Then you're gonna have your house, which
It was
was
at 46.
46.
staggering.
Okay, they're all staggered back and forth in there. Per design.
Front and up.
Yeah. There's a setback. They're different.
Just go down, you can't go down.
I don't think so. Because they don't, you have the electrical out in front.
No,
Can't be staggered.
They're different. They're staggered. One's out here, one's here, one's out here.
You can actually see it, the tip of the next house.
See, right there, that's not staggered.
Yes, it is.
I don't see it staggered. The back and the porch is the same. The front is out there. It is not. I built this son of a bitch. I know.
It's staggered.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It is not staggered.
I laid them out. I dug them out.
It is not staggered.
So the next one. Have the same pattern.
would set back.
Farther back.
Yes, it would sit back. If it follows suit with the other ones.
Would they have to stagger this?
It has to fit within the building envelope.
So you don't have to stagger it.
They are not staggered.
What is
The
that?
back of them is straight, the front's straight. I don't know what you think. The back is straight, no stagger.
You're not understanding. The buildings are staggered.
I think they have.
One building is back.
Like.
One building.
Building, yeah, but not
mandates
units.
that they use that
That's not what we're talking about.
Right, but I mean. The building envelope, like, you know, on any lot, it goes this way where you have some ability to shift the house within a certain parameter.
And you can set that out even with the other one or back, either one, it don't make.
But you can find inches here and there.
It's a wider lot, and so you have more.
So there is wiggle room for configuration, where it is the end lot, it's already unique in the size of the lot and the shape. And with the wall and all that stuff, it's already unique. It's already gonna take modification. So,
But what you're saying is this northern unit of the duplex, you could shape it differently. Fit the lot.
Yeah. No, the same buildings. Would be placed on the same townhouses.
Would it have to be the same house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a unit, 2 units at a time is staggered, but the unit themselves is not staggered.
No.
that unit 910 can be wherever unit 910 fits. We need to worry about the wall, not the building.
Okay,
It's not a building conversation, correct?
well, it could be if the wall is related to where the building is.
But that's their problem, not ours tonight.
And the deal is. I still want to tell you that property line is there. You want to go stay there, Jacob want to go stay. It's a round circle about that big around in his blacktop. When they surveyed, Dave Reynolds surveyed it, he told me. Look where that corner is. It's in that guy's yard. And right, and so if we put a yard where we want, where the property line is, the guy has no parking for anybody. But we never did plan on that. We always planned on moving it closer to the bank.
Okay,
So now we gotta go back to staff. Are we done with questions?
I think that the appellate would like to come back forward and hear if you have anything. Sure.
Yeah, I've got a couple of items here.
Just to help us out.
First of all,
Trade places here.
I think this discussion, the last 10 minutes is probably illustrative of why a full plan needs to be submitted before we really know where everything is. And in fact, according to the code, there's supposed to be a plan showing where all the buildings are going on a site development plan. So you can see exactly where things are and evaluate whether, to Commissioner Carlson's point, a wall is really needed. I would still contend that you could build this without a wall, as the local contractor did with our property. The parking isn't really a relevant issue here because residents have the right to park on the city street in St. Helens, which you can see is shown on the map there. And so some of them do, most of them park in the driveways that are owned and associated with the property. So I think a minimum requirement before you go forward is just to get a complete plan. There was a reference to a geotechnical study, but there was no study submitted part of the plan. So you ought to be able to see that to make sure. And my guess is that staff would want to see that. Anybody that if there were ever an issue, anybody would want to see that to just ensure there's an engineer's stamp on a geotechnical study saying, if we're going to have a wall, the wall is stable. So there was a comment that there are no windows on the side of the house. That is not correct. There are windows both on the first floor, they're small, and a number of windows on the second floor. And they're shown, you can see them in the photograph there. If the wall could be moved, could be smaller, could be changed, or could be built without a wall, I think there's room for discussion here and negotiated solution. But it's going to require all people coming to the table and wrestling with the issues involved, because the issues are complex on this particular site, no doubt. And I appreciate the owners wanting to move ahead and build a house here. Lord knows we need more housing. So I think there's a shorter way to do this if we all want to sit down and figure out the solution we can all live with. Otherwise, the only option left until we get something that is acceptable is just continue to go through the process here, which, as you know, is very deliberative. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
They shows the window.
So I have a question for staff. So I was in the planning commission when we approved this in the first place. We had a plan. To all of the lots. Is that correct?
It was a typical subdivision plan, yeah. It didn't show how the lots were going to be constructed. But it did show the lots and one of the typical things we get with subdivision.
We approved a subdivision building plan.
Correct, yeah.
So
Yeah, you reviewed the preliminary plat.
it would have been something you would have done or building code. So who would have seen a plan?
Oh, like to build the house? Yeah. Yeah, so the subdivision, you saw the preliminary plat subdivision. council saw the final plat because they're the ones who authorized that. And then the building permits. As you know, everything south of lot 9. It's outright permitted use, not subject to site development review. And so it was submitted and just went through the normal building permit process. It does come to the planning department as well as engineering, building, and public works.
It's not really our purview to require a building plan. For this. It hasn't been up to this point.
Site development plan does require showing where the buildings go.
Yeah,
It
that's,
requires an engineering study that's either 1/4 or 1/8 inch scale. And I'll get you the citation if you'd like it.
and we are struggling with the site development review connection.
This is not a site development
That's
review.
my biggest question is there any merit to the missing details at this point? Are we just, is the appeal just for the sensitive lands or are we getting into waters that aren't?
Going through this, that's one thing that we're uncertain on is. How does this draw in the site development review standards? And that's one part that we're not sure of.
Appeals 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all referencing 1796, which is a site development review chapter. That's not the applicable criteria as written in our report.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
And so, and in reading this early on, I did comb through it just to try to see where that connection's at, and it was not clear.
So the question of the tree being cut down,
We don't have codes for that.
well, unfortunately,
We do as part of a subdivision,
7,500-year-old tree that's.
and they, did a tree plan as part of the subdivision. That's not what this is.
The what?
That's not what this is.
Right. I mean, I, just as a side note, I call because. In a neighborhood I serve, they cut down 3 giant trees and there's nothing you can do about it. People have the
Ask
right
for
to cut down their trees.
forgiveness, it's ask for forgiveness because of penalties. Significant.
So.
It's
other trees.
And it's possible, so when we saw that, right, well, let's look at the tree plan from the subdivision. And now in the subdivision. All trees with the DBH, see, we're using that, greater than 1 foot are supposed to be inventoried, and then there's that replacement ratio. And if I recall, I don't remember seeing that one being picked up in the inventory. And then, seeing the testimony that it was over 20 inches in diameter. Dave Reynolds did it, he's retired now, but he was usually pretty thorough. I just didn't see that tree on the inventory. It could have been missed, or it doesn't seem like it would have grown that big in just a couple of years. I think that was a 2017 subdivision file, if I remember right.
That's what makes one clarification about the sensitive land. So the map shown by the appellant is the local wetland inventory wetlands. It's not a wetland delineation. Quite steep there. It's unlikely the wetland continues up the slope. And so the setback is really what we're talking about. We're not talking about wetland boundary.
Yeah, it's the
outer
outer,
boundary mapped at this point.
Protection zone.
it's the outer extent of the protection zone.
One of the values of that for the Department of State Lands is that wetland actual boundary could be anywhere in that 75 feet. And being set back from that, you're giving that buffer to be close enough that you have to worry about the wetland.
And they did hire Wetland Solutions Northwest. So we had someone who, here's where this is at, to determine how much of the property was impacted by that protection zone.
Yeah.
And so, the 75 was not even Steven around that whole thing. It was kind of skewed to one side, if I recall right. But just for the sake of simplicity, the owner elected just to give us to put that in a tract, which is normally required for subdivisions. And another thing that's normal is where, more property to maintain, no. But because the city already owns the adjacent ravine, it was a natural and easy sell to the council to obtain that. And then the owner did not have to create CCNRs and have that be privately maintained.
And for me, where I'm stuck is I think the appeal has a lot of merit, but does it in this situation?
Because you have to hang it on law. It has to hang on actual rules, not how you feel about it. You know what I mean?
And that's why I think we recommended the condition for setback. I think of all the things he mentioned, that was the thing that had merit. Staff.
Is this where we can have a
So-
discussion or?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
Well, and now remember,
Kept it open.
so there's been a request to leave the record open. That means deliberations are not gonna happen tonight.
We're hearing information
Yeah,
today.
you're gathering facts. And then you'll,
Would it be appropriate or would it be ex parte contact to go look at it? Between now and the next time we meet.
it's always advisable to look.
I just thought, because I know where it is, but sometimes when you're standing in the space, it gives you a different understanding. And granted, there's been stuff's happened there since the last time I was at that location.
It's always good to look. Now, technically, a site visit can be construed as an ex parte contact. We just dispose it.
There.
Yeah. I visited the site on this day. I didn't talk to anybody.
Yeah, I just thought if I saw it with my own eyes, because a picture can make anything look a certain way or not look a certain way.
I remember being steep, but I haven't seen it for years. So when did we make the subdivision approval? I remember it, but. it's been a long time.
So the final plat,
It was a 17 file. Yeah, 17.
the final plat was in,
Yeah,
I was here.
2020.
you were there.
Oh, because of the extension. So the public improvements took some time and the final plat was actually in 2020.
But the planning commission did.
The planning commission looked at it in 17.
Yeah, you just looked at the preliminary plat.
Do we hear this again after the rec? I mean, this,
Well, so you're gonna deliberate on it in the future.
So we'll come back. So what will happen between now and then? Nothing?
All right, well, so
Tell us what happens next.
there's been a request to leave the record open. It's not a request to continue the public hearing. And so we've used this before, the 777 day concept, where the first 7 days, which brings us to May 16th, that is an opportunity for additional written testimony to be entered into the record by any party. And then the next 7 days to May 23rd is an opportunity for a party to respond to anything submitted in that first 7 days, basically the new evidence. And and then the other 7 days is for final written argument, and the statutes say of the applicant. But that's not mandatory, but usually when we have these kind of situations, because all this stuff happens in between now and the next meeting date.
Correct.
And it's a mechanism to allow all that stuff to occur. That way, and then you have a new body of material for
Fine.
the next meeting. And at that point, the record is closed.
Okay, so in this time, either person could submit a different plan or a revised plan that address the issues brought forward.
additional written testimony, which
Additional written
could be-
testimony
yes.
could include a new drawing that addresses staff's opinions and addresses these issues as finding middle ground. Or make an attempt at concession.
that is a potential scenario that could occur.
Okay,
And we would see it again the next month.
Yeah, you would deliberate on it.
But the public record is closed.
Yeah.
There would not be additional testimony.
Yeah.
I will say we have not closed the hearing and there are people on Zoom. I just want to make sure that we give them the opportunity to testify. Deb Parsons or Lynn and Greg Pettit, did you want to speak on this issue?
Lynn and Greg were here and did testimony. On the
I just want to give them a second. Not seeing any hand raising or changes on Zoom or chat, so.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
Is there anything in the code besides the engineering of the wall that, like the materials they use? I mean. These big concrete blocks seem to me they belong on a freeway, not in a neighborhood, so. Is there anything in the code that we could say, yeah, you could have the wall, but it needs to fit within the. What
I think it's,
rocks or something that looks like the rest of the area, so it doesn't look like you're beside a freeway.
yeah, we don't have any design standards for retaining walls. Maybe that relates into the architectural standards that we will have eventually. And thinking about what the appellant submitted, a staff, like, well, how would you bring that in? And if there was a variance, then I think there's some potential traction there. But absent specific standards in the code, I think it's a tough one.
What about how it affects the quiet enjoyment of the adjacent property owner's property?
So the sensitive lands criteria talk about adjacent property owners and impacts. So if it's tied to a criteria within the sensitive lands chapter, I think you might. My thought goes to landscaping, like landscaping around the wall. If there's a setback, maybe you buffer with, soften it like we do parking lots or commercial to residential uses.
freeways.
Freeways, yeah.
Have that, in Columbia City on Third Street, they have one of those walls. So, in my opinion, it affects the quiet enjoyment of the appellant because now they're looking out their windows at a big freeway wall. And then throw my realtor hat on and it affects the property value of.
And the rock bluff is there now in some portion. I mean, it's 2 feet currently from the property line,
which is natural.
which is natural and vegetated.
So we're basically done, and then we can go on to our next item. You know, a little more script here.
So carried forward to a time certain.
So yeah, so again, where we're at is,
We vote on that?
There's no delivery.
No.
so the request.
The request of us to,
It says in here. leave
Yes, to keep the record open, which they have a right to do.
what?
They have a right to request the record to be left over.
Or us to keep the record.
No, they have a right to request that.
We already have.
You have an obligation to honor that.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
And so I'll reiterate, so everybody is aware, the first 7 days for additional written testimony brings us to May 16th. So by 5 o'clock, May 16th, that's the deadline for the first round of additional written testimony. Round 2 is responding to the new evidence. That window of time would bring us to 5 o'clock PM on May 23rd. And then after that would be the final written argument, which does not include, so after that 2 weeks, the public record closes. Then there's the opportunity for final written argument from the applicant. And that's not supposed to introduce new evidence, but it's the final, I believe my case is the one that's called, and here is why.
Could I clarify, since we've been going back and forth between the appellant and the applicant? When you say applicant, that is now the proposer of the property.
I think it has to be because the statute specifically says applicant, not appellate. So I think we would have
That's the way
to,
I read it.
yeah,
Okay, thank you for the.
sure. And you can waive the final written argument. You're not obligated to do that. But it's, you know, part of the puzzle when we get to this stage of an appeal. And then we would meet next, June 13th. For deliberations at the regular meeting.
So with commissioners missing tonight, do they get to deliberate?
That's a good question. So they could,
The commissioners absent to deliberate
they would need to
the record.
review the record, watch the video. And be able to explain that they're up to speed. But you would have the challenge, just like any beginning, that's very fun thought, that the person in the audience want to object to the commissioner to make a fair decision. So if they think, you know, an absent commissioner is not suitable because they weren't here, that would be their opportunity.
That's it for them, and then we see it again next week.
With a new material perhaps.
No, it'll be fun.
We'll do new opinions.
I want to take a peek, so I can have a real better opinion. The winter view is different than spring view versus summer view. Because nobody's yard looks good in January. Can't see the puddles now.
Even in the desert, it's not too much different.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Well, you know what that, you're welcome to stay as long as you would.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan, you have an item on the next.
Yeah.
If you want to stay for D, the project, that's next.
Okay.
I mean, you can't talk, but
I mean,
you
good,
can
it's not a public hearing.
use your, yeah.
I'm gonna ask you about that one.
Yeah, it's next.
Next.
I feel the hearings were over, that's all. All right. Who you away? The next item is the discussion items,
Additionally,
which is 2.23. At all, condition approval 2.8 G.
So this should be familiar because you looked at this last month. This is the mixed use development on the corner of 6th and Columbia Boulevard. And that condition was the one that you wanted to have another look at the architecture of the building to see if it fits better within the neighborhood, which was your concern before. So on the memo, I just have an excerpt of the original plan. So you're able to compare that with the revised plans that were submitted. And so this is your chance to review and comment per that condition.
so the building got shorter.
Hoping this one don't look like. 6.
And probably be, there's a color exhibit, that's probably the best one. This
This is a less formal plan, it's not a hearing,
is not a hearing.
so we could potentially talk if we wish, but let's have the staff go through things here first, so. Right.
I'm done.
Oh, okay.
This is a new one he came up with. And I think it looks a lot better than the other one did.
I wasn't here last month, can I
Yeah,
comment on what you guys wanted to do last month?
Yeah, it was a condition that the planning commission review it, so.
I think she wanted, Jennifer wanted.
The planning commission.
Yeah, what was it before, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
Oh, Dan,
One of
so
the-
compare that picture with the, your for the memo.
And it was, they had requested 45 feet height. And when you shrink it down to 40, it suggests they just trimmed the roof. If they could get all their extra height, because it was just way high,
Now instead of
it's way high compared to the neighbors.
I remember, Mr. Commissioner Castor's comment was that it looked like a cheap motel.
Never said such a thing.
We promote it.
I was looking at palm trees and reed fish at the time, so.
But I think that's why this condition was written.
I think one thing to keep in mind is, although this looks like maybe beautiful stucco with lap siding fibers.
I think this one looked a lot better than the other one did.
It does look a lot better. I don't know. I still don't know if I like that it's where it's at, but it is a lot better.
Might be better than what's there now.
Vacant.
Say that.
Been empty for a long time.
So I think the key question, is if you feel satisfied.
What are you doing? Can you spin it again?
Here's the-
You like that, spin it.
Yes, there's a bag.
I want to see the front, the street elevation.
For what?
There. You had I thought you had a flat on one. There you go.
So this is the commercial,
The view I most like.
or I'm sorry, this is the residential, the single residential
That's a cap.
And the church is where?
over here.
The historic landmark. I can't get rid of my historic preservation hat, you know, and it's like,
Well, I
oh,
know,
that's a beautiful building.
it's unfortunate that our historic district doesn't spread that far. It's just.
Yeah, I like that. That looks a lot better.
You like that one better?
Yeah, a lot better.
Is it's still 0 setback from the front? Right?
But are the planters, does that create a setback? Because they have planters in front. Before there was no trees in front.
There was a minor setback, for some of that shrubbery. I think the trees are just,
The trees, I think that's a planter out there. They,
Decor.
yeah, picture decor.
I think the side windows on both sides are a lot better. So that was, we had a discussion about that.
Did they have balconies before?
do what?
Yes, but
They
they
had
were,
balconies before.
Yeah.
so these are the new ones. Hold on, I'm getting there. It's hard for me to go between the two. I apologize.
So from the street to the top of the. What we see from the front is.
Yeah, the easy thing is just to compare this with the, if you have it,
So these were the original, I think,
or the original, yeah.
at the back.
I like it better than the original.
That's the bill.
That's the original one, yeah.
That's the back.
One, two.
I guess my issue is it matches nothing. Anywhere in the city. But we don't have any architectural.
We don't have
Standards.
architectural standards to hang it on. But it is lap siding. It's not stucco, because stucco doesn't. But that
No,
building, the building that the liquor store is in.
On the new one, the bottom where the commercial is all brick. And then we'll have regular siding on the rest of it.
In talking with the architect, one thing he mentioned was in that immediate area. At least for the non-residential buildings, there was a lot of flat top roofs. And so that's kind of what,
I mean, all the businesses are flat top. The Cozy, the liquor store,
so
the Columbia Tavern, they're all flat.
that was partially the basis for the change.
And these are not apartments, these are
Yeah,
condos.
they're apartments. And they're one handicap on the bottom and then the 8 on top.
With 3
And what was the parking lot, the parking spaces here, they were off by 1 or 2?
I think if I'm not mistaken, they had like 3 street and rest of it.
Related to
the back.
I was, that was very much in my mind last
The
month.
parking wasn't an issue. Not-
The parking's not something you had to look at again. It was this.
But the visual is if it's even close to looking like the picture is better. Cause I understand renderings are different than actual.
Do you need a motion?
It was a courtesy, I thought.
Last meeting, we approved the plan with an ask for some changes.
Yes, condition 2AG.
We're not making a decision necessarily because.
So, and the commission shall have an opportunity to review and comment on the final plans in this regard. With plans updated accordingly. The first sentence, which I should have read first. Architectural features and design of the proposed building must reflect those of the neighborhood. And opportunity to discuss.
The decision's already been made, it doesn't matter, but I own the property that touches the corner of the south northeast corner, northwest corner. Yeah. Lived there for 22 years. Wow.
Well, I know it's just in the picture, but I hope there's greenery out front when they're done. They have planters there, so I hope there is something there. To keep it from being just dust.
I think the only thing that meets the characteristic of the neighborhood is the flat roof.
Yeah.
As the applicant, I'm sure remembers I voted against this, and if we had architectural standards, I would vote against it again. It's a beautiful building, and I think you're listening.
I like it a
I
lot.
appreciate that you're listening. Work it out, but I'm not sure that it fits into for what it's worth. I don't know that it fits into the neighborhood, but it'd be a beautiful building if it looks like this.
Okay,
Well, to me, that's a difficult one to quantify a little bit, Jeremy, just because I'm not sure what you consider the neighborhood, because either if you consider it
As related to
Columbia
the,
Boulevard. You know, to me, it does kind of fit in. If you're talking about going down,
it was across the street from IGA, it would fit.
Yeah, and
and that's church, it doesn't.
well, yeah, but the funeral home across the street has a flat roof as
right,
well.
Yeah, I think anything's gonna look different. I'm more pleased with this because the other one looks so foreign. It looks so different than anything even close.
Yeah. This
And I like
is a
it.
nice looking building.
I don't remember making that statement before. But I will-
Thought it if-
I'll go on the record now saying it doesn't look like that to me now. I like it.
Okay, all right.
So,
So I need to know so I can tell my architect. To do the engineering.
yeah, we should probably officiate it.
So we have a motion to
To
like
be-
it.
to be cool with this revision.
I move to accept the plans as revised.
Seconded.
I'm off that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You have an opinion, one way or the other?
I'll wait for your next. I'm still no,
That's,
So 2-1.
that's no.
and it doesn't really mean anything, but.
All right, it's been blessed.
Okay, thank you.
For
It's gonna take the car wash.
We got the
Thank you.
gas station lot next to
Yeah,
it.
I like it better than what was approved before the town on space.
The semi-annual planning department report.
What does it say where?
Thank you.
Take care. Thanks, everybody.
Jacob?
The semi-annual,
All right, so on our report, the council wants these to be short, so we got it down to about 15 minutes. This is something we give to the council. We like to present these to you just so you are aware of things and, you know, it generates questions too. So first of all, we're going to talk about project management stuff and then we'll get to current planning and these first handful of slides are Jenny's.
Thank you. Okay, so the St. Helens Industrial Business Park. So in the last 6 months, which is the increment of time that we give these to council, we were continuing work with Mackenzie on figuring out the PGE substation parcel. Since then, we kind of had a bombshell drop that Cascades is closing down one of the machines there. I don't know how that impacts this substation. We haven't really heard, and so that's an ongoing conversation. The Riverwalk project phase 1, we did this rendering. I believe I've shown it to this body of the stage. Now you've not seen it. So we paused on furthering design so that we could relook at the stage orientation and location. And we presented this to council. We had our consultants come out and stake the location as proposed in the 90% design and create this rendering. So no changes were made. I think there was just a lot of talk among parks commissioners and just general citizens about that, making sure that we got the location of the stage right. There were some other photos.
Where you originally proposed it.
It is still, yeah, so there are some additional photos that supplemented our presentation to council that showed like a person standing kind of on this side of this amphitheater seating, looking at the stage in the center, and then on this side. And it was staked out per the plan, so you could kind of get a sense.
It eliminates the massive amounts of seating behind the stage.
Yes, so there are a lot of benefits to having the stage set
When she got to the rivers, it's bigger.
back. And the main one being that there's no bad seat in the house, meaning you can sit anywhere in the amphitheater seating and have a good view of the band on the stage. And we also wanted to make sure that there was a dance floor, and this accommodates a nice large dance floor. And it also still has some intimate seating with some seat walls closer in. So that was work we've done in the last 6 months. I've also been working with Councilor Sundin on a restoration project for this Warrior Rock replica that you see in the background here. I think this rendering really demonstrates the importance of that. It's prominent when you're in the park. So there's some issues with proportionality of the original and also just missing some architectural features that would make that structure look a lot more interesting, and there's no signage about it. So I think
It was a pump house.
it stored, you're not wrong, it stored some NOAA equipment for a tide house for some time, and then NOAA created a prefab structure next to it. So we're hoping to consolidate the facilities again so that area becomes less messy, and also have some signage about what
It is.
it is.
So look like you're gonna get Southern Historical Society, they found the original drawings.
Yes.
So,
Yep.
Does it look like you're gonna get close to that?
So that's the goal. The bottom of this slide is kind of cut off here, but there's an Oregon Heritage Grant opportunity that opens in August, and we met with the coordinator, and it seemed like this was a really good project and eligible for funding. I think $20,000 is the cap. So I think we want to try to make it look like that as much as possible. We want to do the work in-house before Roger, our facilities manager, retires, because he's very crafty. So I'm hoping that this will move forward.
How imminent is that?
Gotta get funding.
Oh, but I mean, broadly.
I don't know. I hope it never happens. Moving on. So I'm assisting with the loan program that's funding all of the work that you see out here on the Riverfront District. We are obviously under construction with that. The undergrounding of utilities project along First Street is under design. It will probably be bid at the same time that the Riverwalk project is being bid, which is July, August. We also kicked off the First and St. Helens Street gateway design. I mentioned that at the last meeting. You guys selected Russ Hubbard to be kind of the planning commission representative on that group. We had a really good discussion a couple weeks ago with Laura Columbia, who's doing the design. for Dan's sake, since you may not know what this project is, it's some type of gateway entry at the First and St. Helens Street entrance, so right in front of CrossFit and the catering. And then CDBG, we submitted a $2.5 million grant request for our sewer capacity design infrastructure work. I'm getting questions from CDBG now about that application, so hopefully that looks good. That will fund the design of 3 major basins that are currently at capacity for our sewer system, so hopefully we get that. Oregon Safe Routes to School, this is a sidewalk project between the new sidewalks along Gable and the school along Columbia Boulevard, drawing at Sykes. Yes, thank you. So that's under contract. We're hoping for July construction. The county is still working on some slope easements along there. The Veterans Memorial Grant, this was submitted. This is for a small expansion. The VFW really wants to get service branch pedestals for each branch of service added to that memorial. And the state has a grant program for that. So we applied for 33,000. We hopefully will find out in the next month, 2 months, if we're successful. If we are, that will fund all of the cost of materials, and then we'll do the labor with our public works crew. So it's a really great project for the VFW.
The previous thing, the states would like to issue a permit for that. The floor that sidewalk would cover on.
Say that again?
Bill or Gable Road.
Oh, yeah, the county applied for their culvert permit. Is that what, yeah,
Everybody at the state's about to issue that.
great. CLG,
I figured you were. Everybody sitting here.
we sent out letters to eligible property owners within the historic district for $17,000. They have to match it 1-to-1. You will review those projects soon. I don't know if it's, I think it's in August. I can't remember the date. You'll see it soon.
Completed by August 31st of next year.
Yeah, but this body, acting as the Historic Landmarks Commission, will review all applicants that I receive, score them, rate them, and then we will decide who to move forward with. Urban renewal agency support, that's another hat I wear. There's not a whole lot going on there, other than we had an urban renewal training a couple weeks ago. I haven't watched it, but hopefully the counselors went. I think you guys were invited as well, if you were curious.
Okay, so planning commission stuff, you know this, for the last couple of years, we've had above average recruitment needs, people working out. Vacancies, and I think we're finally have a year where we don't have to worry about that. So that's good. Of course, planning commission has taken on 3115. That doesn't need any introductions, and I think it's concluding soon. It's the project that keeps going and going and going. You've talked about doing architectural standards, and you know, with 3115 concluding, hopefully we'll have more time to talk, to do something on that. Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna happen until 3115 is over. Another thing we worry about are addresses, and this is something that you don't get involved with much. We like to talk about it. One thing that's really kind of blown up as far as a project is this Mill Street renaming. You know, you had a shot at it, and then the council wanted to do some surveying with the community, and I think they're gonna they will deliberate on that at their next meeting, and hopefully
Where is that?
that is,
Right next to Salisbury's.
yeah, so that's in the building in the upper left-hand corner on that block is the Klondike.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
The house right there.
So what did the fire department say about Old Mill Lane? Do you have an answer?
They don't like it. And I expected that, because you're taking the principal name of the street, Mill. It's been a classic issue for years that hasn't worked. Now, I've been surprised recently about some of the things, you know, this could be spelled differently. Some of those are a little bit newer, but having a similar name, I really didn't anticipate it working. I think Old Mill Way sounds cool. And it would look cool on a sign. And it honors the past, and for tourists, oh yeah, Old Mill Way, cool. I think it's, you know, it has a lot of, it fits a lot of those things that people talked about, but unfortunately. Emergency response is not one of them, and that's the first thing we have to look at, so. So that table on the right, the details aren't necessary, but what happened in November or so is I got a message from the assessor. And they had been working with Columbia 911 on fixing some of their address stuff, and so they sent me all this stuff. I'm like, holy cow, this is like 125 listings, which included looking at an old address book, doing site visits. And if I receive that anytime before October of this year and the preceding 5 years, I don't think there would be any chance in heck that we'd have any time to work on this whatsoever. So luckily it came at a time when we have a little bit of capacity. It's just one of those things that we do.
Their addresses they don't like.
These are they were addresses that were they correct, were not duplicates, stuff like that. So it's just cleaning up the records, which I can appreciate. The bluff by the middle school, you know that one, that's finally done. And that's, we started talking about that in 2009 or 19, excuse me. And when the planning commission had it, Dan asked me, why are you working on this now? And with the council, I talked about the queue. We have all our daily stuff that's over here, and then we have the stack of other things that we get to when we can. And we talked about this in 2019, and I didn't have time to do it, to start working on it until November. So that's how the queue works sometimes. But I'm really happy to get that done, because it's been in my mind for.
Council approved it.
Yeah, council approved it. All the ordinances have been passed now, so it's done. So the next category is current planning. This is the day-to-day stuff. A lot of it, what you see. And Jenny will start this.
Yeah, so you guys reviewed this from an architectural review standpoint. We received the building permit, and it's gone now through my planning department, engineering, and public works review, and now it is in the building officials' hands. So that's moving forward.
And what are they putting in there?
That's the county offices. The county purchased it.
Over there.
That's one
One
component.
of the things is.
But also the board of commissioners office, all of the support staff, a significant portion
HR's moving out of
of county facilities.
And then what happened, not that it's related, but the planning, I noticed that a whole bunch of people are not downstairs at the courthouse anymore.
Oh, land development
Yeah.
services, I think they're also moving.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah, so they're in the port office while this gets renovated.
Yeah, they're in a temporary location.
So who's gonna occupy the old courthouse? Nobody?
Well, they want that for state courts, all that upper floor that museum uses now. I think they all want that for state.
And public health, I think, is on the main floor.
Yeah, public health would take over while land development services was, and what I've been told is they want land development services on the same floor as clerk, assessor, surveyor, that main one that you walk into. It'll be interesting to see how they pull that off.
Anyways,
Crooked Creek, they actually have a little FYI item at the end of this meeting, but they are in the process of building permitting as well. They have also made it to Mike's desk. Klondike, they have not submitted their building permits. My guess is that Holcomb is still working on their structural stuff. There's a lot of structural stuff to be worked on because he's messing with the foundation. But you know, we reviewed the architectural stuff a couple months ago.
St. Helens High School, this is a big project. It's more of a heavy lift for our building department. For planning, you know, we had to review some stuff, but that stuff's going pretty smooth. But in this case, I like to talk about how public good can take many forms, and that doesn't necessarily have to take a physical form. If you look at the arrow, you see the difference in the right of way. That is the Furlock Boulevard right of way. You can see how the top one, it's there's much more of a bend there, and it's actually further into the athletic field area. And we did not require frontage improvements here, but we did want right-of-way dedication, and that resulted in a surveyor looking through records and not only getting the dedication, but making sure the proper survey was identified and reflected in the assessor records. And that thing on the upper one, it kind of drove me nuts looking at that for years and years and years. And now that it's fixed for eternity. So everybody henceforth will look at a more proper rendition of that street. Now this is kind of a throwback. The Armory, I don't know if any of you were here for that. This is a 2008 or 9 project. And the reason I'm bringing this up, not just to show you, hey, look at these old photos I got. But I got some that needed to be signed off from DEQ. And there's the after picture of the new Armory. Something that they didn't do, because I got this random thing, and I'm like, this is weird. This is a project looked at years ago. Some missing thing, they needed to get it signed, and that was an excuse for me to throw back some of these old pictures. See what the Armory used to look like. It used to be one of those classic Kwanzaa huts. And it didn't have a lot of other before and after pictures, so that was just an opportunity. Yeah, speaking of health, where's
the health center right there in the middle, cardiac ward.
yeah, well, they don't know what to put there yet. So Columbia Commons subdivision. Last time we talked about Burger King, because Burger King's moving along, you see the physical improvements happening out there. Approved on paper, we now have Dairy Queen as well as the Fast Lube. And so those will continue to evolve.
What's the question mark in the middle?
That is, there is no proposed use for that lot.
Is that a road there? There's little lines.
So they were putting an administrative.
The topography line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the grading.
So can I ask, what's happening in the corner of the question mark at the bottom?
So yeah, so if you go to the next slide.
Been dug around in there.
So there's Burger King for geographic context, and the question mark for the one lot. So there's 2 other commercial properties in this area. First, the one along the highway. This is someone we've been talking to for several years off and on. And more recently said, well, I'm finally gonna do something. And they did clean up some property lines and do some grading. We'll see if they pull the trigger to fully develop that. Could happen this year. They did more earlier last year than they have for many years. So that's a good sign. And then if you recall the Greystone Estates subdivision that resulted in all those houses, some you see under partial construction. There were 2 commercial lots created as part of that. And around the holiday season, I don't know, November, December, somewhere around there, we had a pre-application meeting to develop that. And if it happens, it's really gonna activate the commercial potential of that area. So
We'll see.
more to come.
Strip of city property across there too.
Oh, yeah, we did. Thank you, Jenny. The outfit that was representing the developer was OTAC. OTAC, big company, and the people we dealt with were very seasoned people, and they gave us compliments on how thorough we were in providing them information, and from a couple of veteran design professionals. It's good to get kind words sometimes. You don't always get that in government. Broadleaf Arbor, everybody's favorite project to hate, along Gable and US 30. So there's 2 orange arrows. The closest one is building D, that's a community center that has occupancy now. And then building E is behind that, residential building to have occupants. And this slide is actually dated you know, we prepared this for the council, but building F, which is behind E, also has occupancy or will soon. So we'll see that continue to grow and complete. And maybe by the end of the year, it'll be done.
Down on the road by Walmart, I am seeing people have semi-created a crosswalk there. People are crossing all day long there at the end of that big building.
The workers are parking in Walmart.
More workers are parking at Walmart, but I saw women in dresses and heels cross the street there. Not even by Walmart, further down than that, where they drive in, where you drive in to go back, because the entrance to get to that back rec building is behind the big tall building. It's back there, so people are crossing in the middle of the block and people are turning there, and it's like all of a sudden, I was going home from work last night, you gotta. All of a sudden, the traffic stops and you're coming around your left hand turning onto Old Portland Road, and it's. Why are we stopping here? And it's somebody turning left to go in there. So it'll be interesting to see how this all flushes out with pedestrians. And somebody was pushing 2 shopping carts out of there with pop cans. Be interesting to see how this all works.
Yeah, it will be. There will be a median and turning lane to help with traffic queuing.
Clear to Highway 30.
Be nice if they weren't painted in black.
But they're not all black, are they?
The one that I've seen is painted in black and orange.
Because usually they're different shades, like black, charcoal, whatever, so people can find their way home.
So Sand Island, there's 2 plans up there. The one on the left with the red circle was the original plan, which said no trees will be removed. We went out there an inspection and wait a minute, why are trees gone? And then wait a minute,
There's a lot of trees.
the only location doesn't match the plan. The contractors, oh, we have the old plan. And so we had to get it revised and there's still complaints about more trees being removed and they want to put in a well and septic system. So it continues to evolve. Other stuff worth mentioning is just a collage. The upper photo is Old Portland Road, and in the background would be the entrance to the Luma Industrial Park. This is in the county, but we do respond to county decisions as well. The Port of Columbia County is talking about putting a maintenance building there. The one they have on the Luma Industrial Park is too small to fit their needs. On the lower left-hand corner, you should be very familiar with that project. We talked about it last month and we talked about it earlier today. That's 6th and Columbia Boulevard, 1810 Old Portland Road. You know that one too, to allow some offices in there for, at least for now, for the police. A couple other ones to mention, Family Fun RV. That's another county referral. We've been involved with that a little bit. And then we have some annexations, which you've seen. So the next 6 months, what do we think is going to happen? So the 2 arrows up above, current planning and customer service, those are things that we deal with every day. Interestingly, so Jenny was gone last week and it gave me an opportunity to face the customer service, get a slice of it alone, and just so the types of things we deal with. So there was Diego, who's an auto detailer, and there's some turf wars about who auto details what, and so there was a little bit of land use, a little bit of business licensing, helping him with that. There was a Catholic church guy who the church owns a couple lots. They wanted to understand what they could do for that, and luckily I was here to help him because his meeting was later that day. There's a pretty classic question, one of the most common ones. Want to build a fence, where are my property lines? There was easement guy. The building department needed him to get an easement for private infrastructure, another person's property. They say get the easement, and then the person talks to me to understand what they're doing. Jarrell Kersley, some building questions for him. And then St. Helens Marina, Lower Columbia Engineering about more marina projects. And then other little random questions and stuff. So it was a pretty busy week, and this time of year, we get a lot of stuff. I would say at least 25% of our working time is customer service, answering questions and doing things like that. So not to be underestimated. So things that we will probably see in the current planning realm. The PGE parcel, Jenny mentioned that earlier. We did actually meet with PGE yesterday. They have all their parts in order, so we gotta figure out creating a parcel for them and doing all that stuff. And of course, the police station, we will likely see in the next 6 months, fun to get that out of the land use realm. Now, we look at this. Because the green area, we try to prioritize what do we think is gonna be the top, and that green area, that's the grab bag. We talk about the queue, oh, hey, I have time to work on something. So then we look at the list and figure out what we want to do. This is what happened when we worked on that Bluff property. Back in November, holy cow, I actually have time to think. What's on top of the list? And that's how that came up. Just some things to mention. So this is why we have those red and blue stars mention worthy items. One of those is this Mercury TMDL. And this is something that DEQ is imposing on the city because of mercury levels in Scappoose Bay, Multnomah Channel. And so we are going to have these requirements over the next several years. It's mostly engineering's burden, but planning does have some assistance in that. So we'll see code amendments to make developers even happier with more strict laws. Part 2 of the residential code amendments. This is another thing we've been talking a long time about, cottage clusters, those kind of things.
Only 8 years.
Yeah, since Susan Kahn was counselor, he's been gone a while now. I would really like to get that done. But we'll just have to see how everything else goes. It won't nearly be as intense as that first, the duplex rules, because we put a lot of stuff into that. Another one is the psilocybin issue. If you recall, we had a 2-year moratorium to figure how that stuff is going to play out, and the state is just starting to issue licenses for those. I think the first one to open up is in Eugene. And so we can kind of monitor those and see if it results in stuff that we would be concerned happening here. And it may be a discussion with you folks about, well, should we treat them separately from just a medical office, or we don't care as long as the medical office is fine. It's okay. I think some of that some of the guidance for that will be some of the news stories for other communities that have it. And if there's horror stories, then that might shape how you look at it. So that's something to think about. You know, when you read articles about psilocybin in Oregon, think about, well, how's this going to work for St. Helens in your proactive role? The engineering department is also talking about updating our transportation systems plan. You would be involved in that at some capacity, and as well as planning staff. You want to talk about your
Yeah,
animals?
I just have the orange. Did you call it red?
Red, orange,
Okay.
you know,
Never known.
the color that's not blue, as far as an article.
I didn't get official word about the Community Pass program, but I will just say it's looking very likely that we were successful with that grant. So that was a trail feasibility study from St. Helens to Scappoose off highway bicycle pedestrian route. We'll find out later this summer officially.
I'd like to be involved with that if I can.
Yeah, you've mentioned that, the planning commission will have opportunity for sure, but there might be a technical advisory committee or something like
I
that.
know lots of people that bike in town that like to bike to Scappoose. The Highway 30's gotten very dangerous.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's always been, it's not gone I mean,
Well, more intimidating as people got older and the highway got busier.
yeah, yeah. And then the other one is starring the economic opportunities analysis, so DLCD has a technical assistance program that opens in August that will fund an EOA update. We've mentioned that before, that this is kind of the complement of our housing needs analysis. This looks at all of our commercial lands for the next planning time period, which is usually 20 years, and sees if we have enough. So hopefully we'll apply for that in August. I think it's a 2 or 3 month window that they open the grant. And so it'll be a pivot over in August to work on that.
I have a question about that. So I know we approved things like, well, the big apartment complex, the other apartment complexes, all of them on commercial property. The biggest chunks of commercial property we had left in town. And because they could be, it's allowed, you know, with the conditional use permit. So would an economic opportunities analysis guide the city more to, yes, it's commercial property, it could be a bunch of apartments, but really needs to be a big box store? Or is that what would come out of that? Or is there any way to guide development to the kinds of things that people are asking for? Like, we have no stores in this town, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Could it lead to denials of conditional use permits? If say our EOA comes back
Yeah.
with that assumption in mind that we are short on vacant commercial land for the population this size, if that's the finding, could that result in denial of conditional use permits for housing on commercial land?
I know
Could
that
result in a change to restrict that?
yeah,
It's a good question. The one that we have now was a reaction to adopting the overlay zone on the Veneer property years ago. It was done in-house, it wasn't done, it wasn't outsourced. And so I don't think we have honestly a good example of an economic opportunities analysis. So that's what we're hoping to get. As well as, and part of it is, you know, well, on industrial property, do you keep allowing public uses with no tax base? Or do you get things with tax base? Because industrial property, that's the cream of the crop as far as your taxes. So we'll just have to see.
I just try to understand how a city can guide the development of their property. Yes, stuff could be allowed, but can it be narrower so that we guide what we want their city to look like in the end, not just what comes
Yeah.
along? I mean, the owner of the property across from Walmart, he tried to get Walgreens and all kinds of big box stores there. No one would come because it wasn't a proper population. Now we got all the population, now there's no place to put the buildings.
I think the EOA in its basic form is just data, right? You're just inventorying what you have. But we talked a lot about the implementation strategy as a separate project. So once you have the data, you can find out where your opportunities and challenges are and then develop an economic, you know, a strategy to implement the findings and the challenges of EOA. But I don't think this technical assistance program will fund both because it costs money, right? It'll only fund the first part.
It wouldn't be better than the housing needs analysis showing we needed a bunch of apartments built, and now we've got a ton of apartments, we're overloaded with them, and we just approved another apartment, you know, that would because we're already overloaded with multifamily, would we stop now permitting multifamily? Because we've got way more than the needs analysis says we need. You know what I mean? Because that's just a study, it doesn't guide anything.
Yeah.
It just says, yeah, you need more apartments, okay.
Well, it's guiding, but it can't influence legislative decisions or zone changes and stuff like that. And maybe that's enough to consider. Well, we have all these apartments. Do we change what's allowed in the commercial zones?
You just making the city less reactive and more proactive in our design. what we want the city to look like. I don't know, I don't know what that means. We want flexibility, so people, whoever comes in with the money, is gonna build something, can build something, but just because they have the money and want to build it, is that really what we want there?
Yeah, it's market driven. I mean,
Yeah.
it's purely market driven with our commercial land.
Which is
Vacancy rates.
is okay and not okay, you know?
That's why the apartment building at the old car wash and adding 3 commercial spaces. Is
Yeah,
there
that's good.
room for 3? I mean, we don't know until there's an analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just what is the finding gonna say? Are we short?
Okay.
Maybe we have enough. Yeah, go ahead. That's all.
And the wild card, city properties, so I think our industrial business park is gonna be a wild card because of the police station. PGE parcel, what's gonna happen with the mill? I mean, 3115 is involved with that, at least for now. And the wild card that makes me nervous are state mandates. At the last planning conference I went to, maybe it was a legal issues workshop at the end of 2022. You know, they said that they anticipate more demands from the state. And get ready, so. We'll just have to see what comes with us and roll with it.
Yeah, I feel bad because it's like I see some of that stuff talking about demanding high density housing in historic neighborhoods. It's just seems horrific to me that families could own a house for 5 generations and they could come along and build a high rise next door. And literally block out the sun, block out your view of daylight forever. And you have no say so. It just doesn't seem right to me. Yeah, it just, progress, I guess. Families and individuals be darned.
Yeah, we'll have to see, let's see what comes down the line. I just think of all the reaction we've done over the last several years over state stuff. We're still in that,
Yeah.
This TMDL stuff. And I think they're gonna require us to have a temperature. And TMDL is total management demand load, something like that. But anyways, that's a semi-annual report here. For now. With that in October.
Mr. Dan,
Planning commission.
Planning Commission annual report to council.
Annual report.
that it?
Oh, semi-annual.
That was the planning
Semi-small one.
department's semi-annual report to council. This is the planning commission's annual report to council,
Oh, report on your work.
which is in June.
And you're doing that?
Staff has done that every year except 1 year. And we kind of talk about the numbers and what we mentioned. It's all familiar stuff with you, but the numbers are interesting. For many years, we were at about 11 meetings a year. There was always 1 month where we were able to counsel. Last year, we were at 15. And Jenny, she made a good point. She was like, God, why do we feel so busy? Because some of the total application numbers were down, if you recall. And then oh, this is why. Number of public hearings is pretty comparable, 18 versus 19. Decisions at the administrative level, 56 versus 35. I was pretty surprised about that jump. Discussion items was another huge jump, more than 100%. And I think a lot of that is related to the planning commission being proactive and all that stuff. Architectural review, it's not very predicative. Sometimes there's 1, sometimes there's 0. God, last year we had 6, so a lot of them came up last time. Of course, we have this proactive item. This was not on previous reports. The only ones we're talking about right now is House Bill 3115 and architectural standards. Technically, those are the only ones that you've said you will take on. We're not gonna mention other ones because they're not official. Future stuff. Is finishing the 3115, which will probably bring us to the last minute. Which is unfortunate since we were the first community to start talking about it in the county. Architectural standards, like we've mentioned. And then the economic opportunity analysis and transportation plan, as we mentioned too. So we always have to ask the commission, what can the council do to support you? Last year, we kind of talked about the things identified here. You recommended an associate planner. Now, we need to talk about the budget. I don't see this happening in the next several years. We're gonna have several years of lean budget. And the budget committee made their recommendation to council. They didn't even staff the makerspace position in the library. Because of how things are. They did recommend adding or increasing the monthly public safety fee or whatever you call it from $3 to $10. And that would cover the debt service for the police station. I think construction too, and then also help with funding for an additional police officer. That was probably the one victor of this budget season, was that one officer. So I don't think it hurts to keep talking about it, wanting a position, because eventually it's gonna make sense. Just a little bit of background on that. And then the other one, commission desires more involvement on city-led projects. I think that's pretty loud and clear. We can mention that again to the council if you want. And then I don't know if you've had any other thoughts.
I always have thoughts.
Of things you want to talk to the council or ask the council as it pertains to support of this body.
You and I talked in the past, way past, about, we found Jenny as a result of Rare and AmeriCorps. We've talked about possible opportunities to expand in that way, whether it's through an AmeriCorps, Rare, whatever, or through a college or something that we could get some additional help, some additional perspective for some of these projects, like architectural standards, like expanding the historic district, those kind of things, where now we're being more proactive when we have committees. If we had a person, we would not be adding to your workload, but we'd be moving that project along. So that's just, I think that's a way to start building capacity, because if we would have brought up bringing on Jenny before she was here, they're like, we don't have that money, forget about it, get out of here. And so Jenny comes along and she's an amazing Rare person and she's worth her weight in gold in grant writing. And the council goes, well, of course we gotta keep her, we can't let her get away. So I think sometimes you have to, you gotta kind of make them think about it. So I just thought, I don't want to close off those opportunities for projects to grow our capacity, because we're doing this big thing down here. And I think that if we're gonna really jumpstart this growth down here on the waterfront, I think you're gonna have to look at ways to build capacity on a budget. So I just, not that go out and do it tomorrow, but in the next cycle to look at, is there a project that would be appropriate for an activity like that? Jenny would know, you would know, Jacob has supervised or guided many of those people.
And some of them have been great, some of them have been a burden.
Barry was awesome.
Yeah, it takes capacity to manage an intern, if we're gonna use that word. The Rare AmeriCorps program requires a city commitment of funds. I believe it's up to 17,000. And when I was a Rare AmeriCorps, that was funded by a grant. Ford Family Foundation.
Right, and we've gotten Ford money in the past, but I'm just saying to keep those opportunities open.
Yeah.
Because if we're talking about, given how long it's been since we bought Boise white paper. And how long that we looked at this veneer property and we're still sitting on a vacant, in both cases. It's been 10 years. And, you know, it's like, how do we get to the next space? If we don't have a rare person or a AmeriCorps person is pennies on the dollar compared to another staff. And so it's only a 1-year commitment, and 1-year commitment, could you move some of those balls further down the court? And possibly turn into something awesome or get us closer to the goals we want. Because we need to be growing our capacity and growing our tax base like a year ago. And how much closer will we be a year from now to filling that gap in the budget? That's just a thought.
Good one.
That's all I have. And aside from the fact that at the end, I talked to you about the parking. I sent Jacob a note about parking that's on planning commissioner report.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I probably wait till
You're
that.
not there yet.
Yeah.
I'm filling in the pain in the butt for this meeting.
Anything else to, from the commission to address to the council?
You good?
All right, we're down to the Bill 3115 recommendation.
I didn't understand some of that stuff that I got from Steve.
Charlie, you were involved in that discussion, were you in the subcommittee discussion?
Was involved in that. I received the email with the attachment, and I talked with Steve on the phone and everything. I mean, the main, I guess, thrust of it is, you know, from what I understand, Jacob is, you know, went back over to League of Cities attorney that's helping the city. He made some suggestions, some of which I think Steve was accepting, and then made some changes in. I guess my concern or take on this is, I feel like we're spinning our wheels. Have been spinning for a little bit. I don't think we in the council are necessarily on the same page by any stretch.
And that worries me greatly.
You know, and going forward, I do think that, you know, from my standpoint, I think from Steve's, is just because we're not on the same page doesn't mean that our recommendations shouldn't still be given to council the way they are. If council chooses to, you know, accept them or accept part of them or just reject them completely, that's, you know, that's going to be the city council's prerogative, the city council and the mayor's.
Make sure that the testimony we got here tonight from 3115 from those community members makes it to council.
My biggest concern is that we put something, I think, you know, and what, you know, Steve wanted me to make sure we communicate tonight is, you know, we as a planning commission, I think, need to make sure that we're making a statement to the council. And whether we send back, you know, what's been provided, whether we make some tweaks tonight or whatever. But we need to stand up for what it is that we think we need to do. I mean, you know, the Pettits, you know, when they spoke to us tonight, you know, my thing, you know, where we designate a spot, and I keep on, and this comes from some of the media, you know, they keep on talking about campsites, whatever else. And, you know, my issue is, you know, I'm not wanting the city to set up campsites. What I see or what I think has to be do, we have to designate some areas where, you know, camping will be allowed with whatever time, manner restrictions can be in there. You know, not that we're managing a campsite or anything like that. The idea that we just open up, and I agree completely with Steve's comments on the city of Rainier ordinances that just opened it up for the whole city. I am firmly opposed to
something that says, hey, they can camp anywhere on on public property. For, limited time period. I think that's gonna be disastrous to the city.
That's not reasonable to the community.
So I think
And I
the,
don't know if that's where and sorry, I didn't mean to put that on you, but. I don't know if that's exactly where the city council is heading with it or not. If that's it, though, I think it's gonna be a disaster.
so the first thing I want to talk about is location, because that's the big issue. And I think that's gonna be the main issue that either the council's like, hell no, or I think we can live with this. So in the agenda file,
Oh, sorry, I was getting to the back.
that's
I'll get you
okay.
situated.
That's okay. In the agenda file, no, not this one.
Oh, okay.
In the agenda file, there's another sub file.
Pretty maps, there's a Word document,
That one.
the bottom one.
Yeah. I want to talk about this map first.
Loading really slow.
It's okay, I can,
I think it needs to be reloaded.
it just needs to, it just needs to be zoomed in.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, it's always weird using the mouse. So. One of the key issues is, do you devise a law that says where you can't, or can't camp? Can or can't, and the planning commission recommendation has been focused on where you can. And so last time we talked about some locations in the proximity of the old recreation center here. Now, this is a map that you didn't see. This is a map that I prepared for the council to talk about some potential sites. So it talked about the area behind the recreation building and then 2 other locations down Castor. That was the extent of the recommendation from last month. And so with the council, we talked about, 1, 2, and 3, and the Pettits,
Said no to 3.
yeah, they were saying, this is one, they were like, hey, wait a minute.
Thank you for the map, because I understood what they were saying, but I didn't know exactly where.
Yeah.
Maps.
I was concerned about way back there just because if we're doing industrial development, do we really want people back there we gotta watch?
Sure. So this was the discussion, and the council really wasn't very receptive to any of these. And this is your chance to say if I'm wrong or to provide any input. If you want, you don't have to.
Go ahead and.
So, and this is the point where I'm like, bleep it, bleep, bleep in my mind. Of course, I'm using the actual swear words. Because we don't have much time left. And my fear is the council is, no, this just isn't gonna work. And I'm gonna be in a position where we just have to, I talked about this alternative proposal. I'm just gonna, well, here's the alternative. We haven't had enough time to vet it with the planning commission. They're pissed off, but you have to adopt this now. And I mean, June is around the corner. So I plan on, this is gonna be on the agenda for the council to talk about this. So in round 2 recommendation, this is with the green outline. That's the new addition to this map. So it references that area as the potential area to camp. And includes some of the areas that the Parks Commission is freaked out about. And we'll present this to the council and see where they're at as far as place. So any further discussion, is everybody comfortable with? Because we have subcommittee work, but we don't have
I was already
as a group.
uncomfortable with too much creek frontage. And for the interest, I mean, this body is always riparian this, stream that. And if people are camping in various places, doing whatever, there's people bathing in the creek, there's doing whatever in the creek, and you can't go over there and pull them out of the creek, you can't bathe here, you can't wash your clothes here. And it's like, the further they are down that road, the more unsupervised activity going in the creek's gonna happen.
Now, I will say in this latest draft, notice the green line,
Yeah,
and notice the offset.
Yeah.
The draft has 100-foot
water,
separation from the water.
that's all,
That green line's not gonna be on the.
that's not on the grass.
It's not gonna be on the ground and everybody will be tempted to, I think that'll be hard to manage.
That's right.
If it's by the creek, humans are attracted to water. We're composed of 80% water.
And homeless
It's just-
numbers swell in the summer. And shrink in the winter because people gotta find warmer situations. And so what is the reason why they didn't like the part up behind the rec building? Cause I had heard back from somebody that the police chief didn't care.
Well, Steve talked to the police chief. And the police chief just agreed with the conclusions that, well, if it was in close proximity to the police, at least there's a watchful eye. And basically that was the extent of it.
Okay,
I wouldn't say he cares or not, I think it was just that basic statement of fact. But the council didn't like it. I mean, there was the proximity to the ball fields and some other things that I can't remember. I just remember not feeling much love in the room.
but how many, I mean, the thing is that this is just me. People have to put aside their personal hat of not in my backyard where my kids play and remember what's best for the community. That's the decision that has to be made. So if not here, where? Next to whose house?
Mark, if you say you're willing.
So I don't know if you remember, but when I was, when we were first discussing this, I was completely like, we're not gonna tell anybody where they can go. There's places to go, but you're gonna have to find them. And, with all the work that you guys have done in this proactive role, that's changed my mind. That's changed the way I'm thinking, because we are gonna have to legally provide some, correct me if I'm wrong. The state is requiring us to provide somewhere. We can allow people in, correct?
Yeah, or provide a reasonable alternative.
Reasonable.
As opposed to a treasure hunt.
Maybe I shouldn't say can. Maybe that's not us.
No enforcement without a place to go within city limits.
Right.
That's the,
I think we're gonna have to provide that, right? Whether, and this seems to me like a reasonable area. I think it's open, the police station is gonna be there. I think the council's gonna have to take and this will be my role on it, is to tell them and say, look, this is something that we're gonna have to do, whether we like it or not, right?
But my opinion is definitely yes. I think I've always been a proponent of doing a hybrid approach or plan of, I think you've got to do both. I think you've got to list out the places where, it's just not allowed at all. Whether it be and list out the reasons, the rationale for that in terms of ingress, egress, whatever it might be, a lot of the things that Steve has in terms of some decisions. But I think you have to be able to say, be able to put out there, whether it be in the ordinance or whether it be the police or whatever enforcement knows which areas where it is okay, and be able to let people know that. Because otherwise, if you're doing, and I think I refer to it as, the state's not going to put up with a hide the ball, type approach. I'm saying, yeah, we got some, we're just not going to tell you where they are.
I agree with everything you say, and I think that when this finally rolls out, do I think we're gonna have 15 people camping here? No, we're not. But we will have that option. And I think that's my role as liaison between you folks and the councils to say, look, we got a reasonable plan here, and I think we should really take a strong look at it.
What's the shade?
The arrow shape.
Shaded green. Not the green outline, but the shade of green, the 1 and 2 shade green, is that?
It's like triangles, part 2.
Those, so
The number
last-
1, number 2, what is
So
the
the-
shading?
the last recommendation was just in text form. And it said the area behind the recreation building and some other property down Castor. And so with that, I'm like, okay, well, if we're gonna talk to the council about it, we gotta consider these alternatives for the purposes of the conversation. So when I made this map, 1 and 2. And I'm glad you asked this question because it helps me explain some of my concern of the green outline. Sorry, you can't see me. All right. So 1 and 2, those are whole properties. Those are legal lots of record. And that's important.
Okay.
Because if we're gonna use a property for this purpose, we gotta retain ownership of it. So these are whole properties, legal properties unto themselves. And that's why those were highlighted as 1 and 2. 1, that was the one specifically called out by the planning commission's recommendation last time, and then 2. So the police station is going, so by the police station, and the police station is gonna be focused in this area where that corner of our beautiful.
Tarp is.
Beautiful mound of dirt is, that you can see there, tarp now, so.
And the other corners are what?
All this area is just future expansion, and so that'll be open space for the foreseeable future. That was the basis for that, and then in talking with John, we had a brief discussion. You know, we knew of the old park down there, and that was a place where, well, people would feel secluded, but not as much of a watchful eye. Didn't get much traction. We just to have that conversation. Now, the reason I'm concerned about this is, you know, from here, these are lots of record. But this, you know, will we retain ownership of this into the future? And, you know, our parcelization plan talks about parcelizing these for industrial uses.
That's for 1 as well. And it also says that that's phase 1 of the parcelization plan, because it's the low hanging fruit that has access to this roadway, utilities, and it's zoned industrial.
Parcel 1.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
That's the most developable industrial land that the city currently owns today. Because it has access to sewer, it has access to roadway, it's closest to Highway 30. Why would we do this? That's my opinion.
And I guess my question goes back to then, okay. If not, he was paraphrasing you, I guess, a little bit, you know, if not there, where? You know, and we were talking about it, you know, we can set out I think we can set out, and I think it has been set out there, some of the restrictions. In terms of, you know, whether it be 100 feet, 400 feet or whatever from private residence, commercial property, whatever else. I'm doing it away from the waterways, you know, waterfront, whatever, but we still got to be able to say, okay, then where is it okay?
How about right out here? Well, I mean. this
See,
is
that,
what-
that wouldn't work for us because although, you know, Brady pointed out that we do maintain it, it still is county property.
We wouldn't want.
And it wouldn't let us say, well, you can do it on county property.
For tourism.
That's not, the state wouldn't accept that, would they?
It's a good question. It's in city limits, it's public property, but it's not necessarily as much under our control.
No.
We're probably from being at the,
That may be a little bit nuanced question, but
Yeah.
I have read that where it's come back and they said, no, you can't say that, yes, you know, we have these services, or you can go to this location that the county provides, that would not suffice under the statute.
Anything up Milton Way by the jail?
That's all privately owned, isn't it?
yeah, I do have, so there's another series of maps. Yeah,
That's a lot of port property up there.
this is the public ownership map. that we've had out for a while, so if you wanna take a look. And so Milton Way, other than the street. Is that the one?
This is showing public. What was the question?
If there's public land along Milton Way,
Anything up just because the sheriff and the proximity to services and stuff.
Port.
That court property.
I think it's port, or, there's no way about it.
Well, I thought those are.
so yeah, there's the jail in Orange, county properties in Orange. So other than the county there and McCormick Park, and the Parks Commission's been pretty adamant about not having that in the parks. Yeah, all you have is the streets.
We could put them next to IGA, they could be in that park. Because people want them over there.
Civic Pride.
It's just sarcasm.
Big drive, yeah.
It's like not on my street, not on my street, not on my street. And that's how we ended up with the rec center.
I'm selling a lot of houses from people moving out of Portland that they're tired of people defecating on their driveway and
Right.
leaving needles and stuff. And I've also heard that the county, Riley at the county has had to clean human waste off of our county courthouse steps. So if they're burying our head in the sand if they think it's not gonna happen.
So I think the first critical question is. Are you comfortable with the revised recommendation coming from the subcommittee as far as location? If we go back to that map.
And that did change a little bit, I think, in the most recent.
Yeah, it's the green line I have is reflective of the new language.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess,
I don't like it on number 3.
yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, cause I thought it was interesting, the comments we got, from the Pettits and then the woman that I didn't get a name, but that came in and spoke after that. I mean, if there's plans to build some kind of I can't remember what she called it, but they're in that area near the creek. I'd want that to happen. And I wouldn't want that to be, an area designated,
I mean, it's not like this is set in stone, because it can always move.
That's the point I was gonna bring up as well.
It's not permanent, it's just, was August 1st, we have to have a.
And again, if there's a way to describe that, we're not saying we're setting up, not like we're gonna put in a fenced in area and have somebody, managing the campsite, checking them in and out or anything like that. All we're saying is this is an area of public property that, resting, staying warm and dry, is allowed for, a certain period of time and going that way. And I know Steve, I think he was saying that the city council didn't like having kind of a limit on the number of people, but I do think it's a good idea to have some kind of a number in there to at least go by. And again, that may have to be adjusted depending upon things, but something in there at least to begin with.
Yeah, and Aaron took that out. I mean, it looks like it's been put back, and that's kind of that,
Back and forth.
tug of war
He said.
opinion.
The issue is that law enforcement says anytime you get over a certain number of folks in a place, it's an invitation to crime.
Right.
Every time they poured millions of dollars into this, and every time they put 20 people together, crime happens. And so, I mean, and it's capacity of the space.
Well, just from my own private experience of our offices being down on Swan Island in Portland, and some of the homeless and houseless camping up on Going Street at different corners and everything else. It got to a certain point where they weren't doing anything about it, and all of a sudden it became overcrowded, and there was a ton of trouble. And they finally did come in and did a sweep, and then of course there's people back. Now there's somebody that's got a nice little tiki camp set up right in front of our office in the spit of land that divides Channel Avenue and we're going or what is it, Fathom
that way that, I mean, he's got a fire pit, tiki torches put up and a grill spit over the fire
Yeah,
pit.
that's, when you get people down around the corner, area, that's what I'm afraid would happen is people would get well established and then you have damages to the trees and damages to all kinds of stuff.
So-
You get comfy.
And Jay's like, so what do we do?
Well, first things first. For the purposes of talking to the council about this next week. And the reason we have to do this is, so the council, when we talked to them, they were hesitant about having a spot. We talked about, okay, well, if the ordinance allows us to designate that spot, and that's something we can figure out later, there was some comfort level there. When we talked with Aaron about that, he said, no, you have to at least specify something. So that's why we're back to this conversation. That's why we're going back to the council with that conversation, because this is a critical part of that. The whole ordinance is based on this concept. So the first question for the commission, that boundary is kind of what's described. We've had testimony about staying out of the Boise Park. It seems that you're receptive to those comments. And maybe we should just,
Could we go ahead and submit it to the council the way you have it? But then also making sure they know about the comments that came in tonight with regards to concerns about being in the Boise Park area on that, and that, you know, we definitely have heard that and you know, take it as serious concerns about it.
I like the 1 and 2 shaded actual properties better with the setback from the wetlands. Anyway.
And I'd be fine with saying.
Fill the wetlands, but. What would you say?
I'm not sure what I'm saying. I never remember what I said. And I mean, I would agree. I just didn't know if we wanted to go to the thing of knocking it out to begin with, or at least doing it. I'd be fine with saying, let's, you know, knock it down to the 1 and 2 locations.
It keeps them out of the back country there, out of the concerns. It's up front where everybody can watch them and where they would go more likely.
And if ownership changed on that, could we change the location? I mean, this isn't.
yeah, we just changed the ordinance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like anything, we changed our camping rules several years ago. Now we have to do it again. And chances are.
Although dust will clear, then we develop it. No, I'm just kidding, but.
So then the other part is the ad nauseum code stuff. There's the draft in your packet, which was the comments from Aaron and myself. And now we have a version that's been subcommitteed a little bit.
Beyond what you gave us?
Yeah.
Because the maximum of persons is leave it in ours here.
Yeah, so that's been added back. I don't know if
You're talking about the email that we got from.
yes, Steve emailed that. The most recent version was around 11:30 today.
Yeah. I see that.
And it gets into a lot of the details. I don't know how much. I mean, it honors a lot of the discussion that we had before. And it may get too deep into the details than you want to care to. I think it's stuff we could probably work out. I don't know if you want to go line by line, we could certainly do that.
I'm gonna say for me that we have this subcommittee that's gone over it, and with the exception of, I'd like to say 1 and 2 also, but they've hashed it out.
Yeah, if you just want to let us hash those little details out
I think
separately.
the spirit of the feeling is definitely already been hashed.
Yeah. So I just want to have one comment before I was in the last section a little bit too, that I appreciate the subcommittee. I appreciate especially Steve Toshke's passion and dedication to this. I did watch the meeting, city council meeting, and one of the city councilors suggested that none of the planning commission was cooperative, and I take exception to that. Although I don't fully agree necessarily with Commissioner Toski's presentation necessarily to the media and things, I don't necessarily disagree, but to classify all of us as non-cooperative, and it makes me feel, I don't know, like, as we present these proactive items, if they're just totally disregarded, that why are we wasting our time with them? So, but I would like the council to know that I don't feel like any of that reflected on the entire commission. I think that we're making progress with having joint meetings and things, and we're not always going to disagree, and they're not always going to like what we present to them proactively, but it doesn't mean that we don't cooperate, and
It doesn't mean we don't have the best interest of our community at heart.
Why did you say that?
That was not me, was it?
No, it wasn't you, I just.
Because I thought Charles was rubbing off on me.
I did some rough calculations and altogether, we've spent way over 1,000 hours, maybe 1,500 hours just on this one subject.
Yeah.
You look at all these people, we've talked about it for, a couple hours now. Or an hour, whatever it's been.
well, can you imagine if it was billable hours from all these attorneys, what?
We really have budget problems today.
If you would. I mean, and again, I mean, the subcommittee did a decent bit, but I mean, this has been mainly Steve's, like you said,
A
passion.
lot of time and effort.
Put a ton of time and effort into it.
All of our.
I agree, I may not always agree with the way it's presented.
He cared, I mean,
But I do believe it's being done because of the community, our interest in the community. And, you know, again, the woman that came in after the Pettits and spoke, you know, there she is coming in from the side about being worried about it. And as, again, not trying to, you know, be chicken little and the sky's falling, but it is something that's coming up. Our ordinance on the books right now is going to be on its face unlawful as of July 1st. And so we have to do something. And I would, again, I'm gonna say, you know, at least from what I've read of the city of Rainier ordinance, it's gonna be a disaster. And if we go that same route, I'm gonna be very disappointed. And again, at one point I told Steve, I said, you know, at some point, we make recommendations. And then it's to city council, you know,
To jump
to,
off that bridge.
make
and
decisions
We didn't stop trying to
and-
stop them.
right.
I mean, I hate
We
to
tried.
say I'm doing a CYA and I'm not doing it for that reason, but that's really all we can do. And that's why I want to stick kind of with what our recommendations are and go from that with the, I think maybe the modification that we talked about
The
tonight.
adjustments that we talked about.
Okay.
Good.
you need a motion or anything, are you looking for a motion or something?
No, it's just feeling the temperature of the room.
But not. I mean, those canvas fields are treasure, we're about, could possibly lose them up on there, and once the canvas fields are gone. They're gone. Yeah. Mhm.
That's our treasure. Okay, I think that's, last discussion item. The questions on some of the planning director decisions you have one?
I do have one. They sent out a conditional use permit for having their kitchen in a trailer for the building that was formerly the dockside.
That's a very strange way to say that.
What?
Temporary use permit.
Temporary use, whichever. I'm not the one with all the letters after my name.
On a private property.
Food truck, that's all.
Yeah.
Well, whether you agree with it or not.
Yeah.
Or kitchen in the trailer.
Yeah, it's like,
Basically, Kimbo Spice, right?
yes.
Yeah, so there,
The question that I have, the issue I have is that every single business down here has been bitching about parking. That entire street is closed.
They just open up all that parking up on the.
I'm sorry, I take exception to the decision. I don't care if people don't like the way I said it or what I said about it. I take exception to opening a business that has no parking in front of it. That used to have two sides of the street down there open to park. It just doesn't seem like, what happens if it catches on fire? How is anybody gonna get those people out of there? And the street is completely blocked off and the residents and the businesses are already ticked. So I take exception to the issue and people can disagree with me, but
They're not planning on opening during a road closure.
okay,
Yeah, it's when Crooked Creek is selling beer and the road is open and they're open for business. They will be operating as their kitchen until their kitchen is renovated.
Because for LLCC, they have to sell food, right? They have to offer food.
I think there's rules about that, but that's just because they want to offer it to their client. They want to offer Kimbo Spice.
As somebody that works right
you
here.
have to have food.
Kimbo Spice is also going to be the operator of their kitchen once it's up and running. So they're like moving to brick and mortar. So it's
So
actually a
it is
success story.
very sensitive to the amount of pressure we're putting on that end of the block. People still live down there. They still have to exist, whether people like them existing or not down there. But there's a lot of homeowners down there, there's businesses down there that have opinions.
But your concern is exclusive to parking. It seemed like in some of your dialogue, it was the fact that it was in the historic district.
It was mainly the parking and access, emergency vehicles, just to make sure that we're taking care of people that already live down there that are parking 2 blocks away.
It's outside of the district, though, I think.
Yes, it's within the Riverfront District, which has architectural guidelines, but it's outside of the historic district.
Nothing simple and
And again, we've been, how you bend the rules to fit your needs.
Crooked Creek also went through an architectural review and I have an FYI item on that, actually. If we don't mind, I don't wanna belabor this.
Ready for that?
So they are getting ready to submit their building permit and there's some slight revisions. Sorry, in, here, you just knock that down.
But they're keeping the mural that they found, that's all I wanted.
On the inside, I hope they did, their social media.
Pulling down. Family, and they found this painted mural, like.
Yeah,
Really cool.
That showed up on the.
so if you look at their social media, they took a slow-mo video of it, and it's like well done. So. I don't know how, a couple months ago, we looked at architectural review, Dave walked us through it, he has some changes. So the first one, this is the main entry door off of South First Street. He discovered that the door opening is actually much larger than the door that's there today, and so he wants to add 2 skylights, or not skylights, but lights on each side of the door to let more light in. So that's what's shown on the top one. And that was a significant enough change because we talked about that door during our meeting. I just wanted to give it to you as an FYI and see if you had any concerns or heartburn. You do? So he had a photo of the existing door opening, and so the guidelines do support like bringing things back to its original.
Would have been like the rest of the historic doors down here that have the 2 doors, kind of like my doors, the 2
Right.
doors that open that have the.
Interestingly, he had the guy that did the courthouse wooden custom door design a custom one, and he had 2 alternatives, and then because that was so much more expensive, he just decided to go this one. But yeah, I don't know if it was a double door though.
I mean, I guess I would. The side lights aren't vinyl windows and depending on the material of them, you know, you could buy these side lights as vinyl windows. And so I would hope that they would. Be
I don't-
the character.
Yeah, do you recall what the material was of the window, the main windows along the front? Because I'm sure he's probably doing something similar, for the replacement of the other windows. I can ask, I'm sure he would be open to suggestions, Jennifer, if you have one.
I mean, I love that you let the building speak to you. That's the way I did my renovation is, you know,
Yeah.
as we tore stuff down, you let it speak to you. And so to find a bigger opening, great, I have no issue with that, but I think historically it could be,
Yeah,
I'm sorry that costs more money, but.
is it just about the material of those lights though. It's not the actual lights themselves.
It's the lights that I can't think of any. Well, I mean, I could look and do some research, I suppose, but I can't think of anything that would have side lights like that, that is.
Not vinyl.
Yeah, that's not a historic door.
Got it. Okay, that's good to know.
Care of the.
It's like, it looks like half.
So if you wanted to utilize that space though, a double door
Awesome.
would be the,
Face it.
okay, I can ask.
I'm happy to give him my door guy too.
Sure. I'm sure he's like quoting it out now.
Brother had an old house and then the window is the same length as the door. But there wouldn't be two long windows and one short window. It would never be like this.
So the other side was an area where there is no current opening, but this connects to the patio. And so he wants a better connection from the inside of the restaurant into that outdoor space. Originally, you saw French doors. He was saying that their architect requires a post down the middle of the French doors or something like that, like, or the doors would have to be left open all the time, like there had to be a push
I don't
function.
have any issue with that.
So he just reduced that down to a single door. So Jennifer's cool there. Any other thoughts?
Originally,
It was a roll-up door.
he was a roll-up.
Yep. And then during the meeting, he brought a French door because of energy
Right.
standards, that something about the roll-up doors being really hard to meet the
Right.
energy standards. So that was why he had a door. Single door is, any other thoughts there? I think it's just a design consideration. Okay. The other side is the apartment stair, and the storage in the back. So the original proposal kind of had gosh, I forgot the word earlier, a switchback. And because of the width of the switchback, it was too close to the property line, and so there were issues with it being up to the property line. So he's just proposing it now as just a straight staircase up to that apartment. And then the entrance now is kind of in the back.
How do you get to the staircase?
Yeah, there's a wide enough path there, so you walk through a fence and then you kind of have to round the corner. He said it's unfortunate because now the entry to that apartment is further back. It's not like right at the entrance
Kind of hidden.
from First Street. You enter from First Street.
There's not enough room for stairs, there's a room for a walkway.
It's narrow.
Did we determine the material that the staircase railing was gonna be? I know that when we heard Aaron's testimony on their building, we did not want them to put just cedar slats up there and.
I don't remember right now. And then the other change was enclosing that walkway between his cooler storage in the back. So if you notice on the right-hand side, there's no longer an opening. So he's just gonna have the same siding along there, so it'll look.
I think it looks better.
Yeah, I agree. It's more of an FYI, so the only heartburn really is about the front entry door and the side lights. Okay. I'll see what I can find out. And I'm sure he would be open to getting a quote from your guy. Okay, thanks, guys.
And then we skipped the active items.
Nothing's really moved forward with our technical standards. I'd like to meet with you, Jacob, and see what the research you've been doing. I've been doing some. I'm back from Florida now, so we can.
Yeah, I think the next joint meeting might be a good opportunity to talk about it broadly. About the different facets, that's opportunity to have some dialogue, speak very well, some dialogue with the council, just to gauge their temperature. I think that'll be a good introduction and a good use of the next joint meeting.
That's not anything. In the committee too, it's myself, Ginny, and Steve Toshke is. Again, kind of out where what our agendas are. The scope of what we're even.
Yeah, so that, I think that one meeting would be a good opportunity to talk about scope and.
Okay, we're done. As you recycle your stuff, you're not hang on to materials from Hannah Place because you'll need to talk about them next month.
Yeah, good call.
We want to reprint those.